This is a true European awakening. And this is only the start of what we need to do.
Europe is facing a decisive decade. The global economy is shifting. Geopolitical tensions are rising.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
None of the challenges are entirely new, but the pressure on Europe to respond is growing. The United States has become a less predictable partner, yet its economy continues to grow dynamically, driven by its powerful tech sector. China, meanwhile, is investing heavily in future technologies. Europe, by contrast, is struggling with structural challenges. Productivity growth is slowing. Key industries are under pressure. And in areas like artificial intelligence and digital infrastructure, Europe risks falling behind. The tasks seem clear. Europe no longer has a knowledge problem, it has an implementation problem. So the real question is, can Europe turn ambition into action? Time to talk about it. Welcome to Europe 2026.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of Europe 2026, our major conference on Europe of ZEIT, WirtschaftsWoche, Handelsblatt and Tagesspiegel. We are very happy to welcome you at the Axica and in the live stream. And the Strait of Hormuz has now been closed for some 3 weeks, with consequences for the world economy and Europe. And the longer the Iran war persists, the bigger the economic damages, and the European and in particular the German economy is on a growth course for the moment. That is the background. In this new era, there are a lot of uncertainties, both politically and economically. Let's think of Donald Trump and what he said about the status of the Iran war. And he said, amongst others, that the end is near. But whether this is soon or not, that is a question. And it doesn't look like it for the moment. That is why it is so important that the economic business community becomes stronger, more innovative, more competitive, and it must weigh and consider what needs to be regulated, what needs to be left to entrepreneurial freedom, how can it protect climate, but so that it can be perceived as an opportunity and not as a burden. To discuss all this, we have on the second day of Europe 2026 excellent, outstanding guests. For instance, Jens Spahn, the caucus leader of CDU-CSU, the Federal Minister of Environmental Affairs, and Castiglione, General Director of the Internal Market. And from the business community, we have the Nobel Prize laureate Philippe Aghion, the Polestar CEO, and Mr. van der Loo from Pfizer. It will be an exciting day through which we will conduct you. And I have Enrique Adamson at my side. She is the reporter for economics. She writes about inflation fears and analyzes how good or bad the German industry is faring. And I have Maria Kotzev next to me for Tagesspiegel. She is watching Ukraine and Eastern Europe, in particular, if many media no longer look at it. So I'm very pleased that we have the opportunity to stand together on stage. It's not so frequent. I'm also very pleased. And so I would say, let's get it started. We start with the first agenda item, which is a morning briefing on the situation in Europe. And we have live coverage by correspondents. Matthias Krupa, he is a foreign correspondent France for ZEIT, and also Thorsten Rieker, he is a correspondent of Handelsblatt for the UK and Ireland. Welcome. Good morning, Thomas.
Aber da sind wir.
Yeah, now we can see you. All perfect. Hello, Matthias.
Matthias?
Matthias, can you hear us?
Hörst du uns? Das sieht nicht danach
It doesn't look like it. We do not seem to have a line.
Hörst du uns?
Can you hear us?
Jetzt hören wir euch. Wunderbar.
Perfekt. Gut Ding will Weiler haben.
Sometimes it takes a bit of time. Torsten, good morning.
Yeah, good morning from London.
Super. Noch kurz ein Hinweis vorweg.
Just for your information,
If you're connected via the live stream, then you can now change in the language in the function panel. And for the English-speaking guests here at Axica, you can grab one of the headphones on your left in the bag. Aber gut. Wenn
Right.
die Verbindung jetzt steht, dann würde
if the line is fine, I would like to start with you, Matthias. So it's great to have you with us. Morning briefing. Matthias, what were the big topics for you concerning France?
Ja, guten Morgen. Morning Briefing aus Paris.
Good morning.
Das sind zwei Themen. Das eine Thema, was hier alles überlagert in dieser Woche, ist innenpolitisch, ist die Kommunalwahl in Frankreich. Das klingt erstmal sehr klein. Kommunalwahl.
Sorry, just a second, please.
Eine Runde liegt hinter uns am vergangenen Sonntag und eine liegt eben vor uns, die entscheidende am kommenden Sonntag. Dazu muss man sagen, dass die Kommunalwahl halt ein knappes Jahr oder ein gutes Jahr vor der nächsten Präsidentschaftswahl stattfindet. Insofern sortiert sie sozusagen ein Feld für diese Präsidentschaftswahl. Deswegen reicht die Bedeutung weit über das Kommunale hinaus. Und das zweite große Thema ist das internationale Thema der Situation in Nahost. Frankreich ist nochmal sehr viel mehr involviert als wir. Das liegt zum einen daran, dass sehr viel mehr französische Staatsbürgerinnen und Staatsbürger in der Region leben, 400.000. Es gibt eine sehr enge Verbindung in Libanon. Frankreich sieht sich nach wie vor in Anführungsstrichen der Rolle einer Schiffmacht für den Libanon. Und Frankreich, das hat der eine oder andere sicherlich mitbekommen, hat relativ viel Militär, seine Flugzeugträger, Fregatten in die Region geschickt, ins östliche Mittelmeer, nicht um sich an dem Krieg zu beteiligen, sondern um da zu sein, wenn es notwendig wird, zum Beispiel nach einem Krieg europäische und französische Interessen zu schützen.
Ja, wir hören dich hier im Saal, glaube ich, ein bisschen schlecht. Ich weiß nicht, ob die Technik da... Okay, müssen wir leider mit leben gerade. Dann noch eine Rückfrage, und zwar, wenn du jetzt die Kommunalwahlen angesprochen hast, inwiefern lässt sich denn daraus jetzt schon ableiten, was es für die Präsidentschaftswahlen dann in gut einem Jahr bedeutet?
Also was man bei der Kommunalwahl sieht, ist eine Zersplitterung des politischen Spektrums. Früher in der zweiten Runde der Kommunalwahlen standen meistens ein rechter und ein linker Kandidat gegeneinander. Jetzt gibt es Situationen, in denen 3, 4, manchmal sogar 5 Kandidaten in der zweiten Runde gegeneinander stehen. Und das Ganze ist verbunden mit einem auf nationaler Ebene nicht neuen Phänomen, aber das steckt jetzt auch in den Kommunen durch, einer Stärkung der Ränder, einer Stärkung der Extremen. Das gilt auf der rechten Seite für die Partei Marine Le Pen.
Of the extremes, sorry, I'm back online now. And so we have a new phenomenon in France with more candidates in the second round, also on the left wing. We have the radical extreme.
Die auch überraschend in einigen Städten eine wichtige Rolle
Mélenchon, which has also been playing a very important role in some of the cities.
Lässt sich nicht darauf ableiten, wer die Präsidentschaftswahl gewinnen wird oder so.
Cannot see who will win the second round from the candidates, but it will be very complicated, quite complex with the different parties on the left wing, on the right wing, and in the center. Thank you very much. And the next question goes to London, to you, Torsten. Let's see whether the connection to outside the EU is slightly better. Yesterday, the Treasury Minister, Rachel Reeves, made an important speech about a reset of the economic relationships between London and Brussels. Thorsten, you probably looked at this speech and followed it, and it was particularly interesting that the costs of Brexit have been emphasized. And she said, well, economically speaking, the UK would be ready to adapt itself again to EU rules. Thorsten, what does this mean for the relationships between the UK and the EU in economic terms?
Ja, guten Morgen nochmal.
Yes, good morning, everybody.
Es gibt zwei wichtige Gründe für die
Two important reasons for the attempts to get closer to the European Union again. We can see the economic damage caused by Brexit, and the forecast is between 4 and 8% growth, so it's less growth that has been generated as would have been generated if they had stayed with the European Union. That was said. And the other reason has to do with the geopolitical situation. So we have the impact on the whole of Europe from Washington, and does not only affect the relationships between the EU partners and Washington, but also London, because the Prime Minister has been attacked because of the lack of support in the Iran war. So that's why London is considering how they want to position themselves. The UK continues to have weak growth, but on the other hand, in terms of policy and security policy, they must also consider that they need allies, and there's a special relationship with Washington, which was supposed to be special but doesn't work perhaps as it should. And these are the two main reasons why London comes closer to the EU. Again, there are ongoing negotiations on different topics, and there will be a summit meeting between the EU and the UK government, where a reset, a new start is to be tackled. Just to refer back to what you said, so it says an isolation of London which transpired. Is it not too late for an approximation to have the economic impact as soon as possible, as desired, at short notice? Good question. But it is, of course, a problem that for domestic policy reasons, they need quick results. And the government is under pressure. There will be regional elections in May, which will be rather bad in terms of outcome for Labour. So that's why they need to have some economic progress, but Labour and the government said that this doesn't evolve that fastly because it requires innovations, it requires investments, a closer cooperation with EU promises to cause more growth. Whether it is political enough to rescue or to save Labour is another question, but it will not be quick enough for the regional elections, but by 2029 a lot can still happen on that level. Matthias, Emmanuel Macron said that the nuclear protection shield should be shared also with Germany. Is this a first step towards a European deterrence, coordinated deterrence of Europe? I think this is a very important step, which might be underestimated, both on the French side, which there's an offer not only to Germany but also to other European partners, and on the other hand, the reaction from Berlin, because Friedrich Merz agreed that there should be a joint steering group or planning group where nuclear deterrence is to be discussed, so a permanent standing steering committee, and the Germans would participate in nuclear drills, nuclear defense drills. So that's one step in the process. So this cannot happen so quickly. And given the lack of security and of certainty, it is another option which would be available to get closer in terms of security policy. I think that is a very important perspective, and for the future defense capability of Europe, this is an important initiative. Next question, back to London. We just discussed the economic challenges that the UK is facing. And there's, on the other hand, however, a statement by Keir Starmer, who said recently, against the background of the Iran war, that the British economy is doing better than in 2022 at the beginning of the Russian aggression war. How does this fit, Thorsten, when we consider what we just discussed a moment ago? But the reference to 2022, the yardstick is very low. This was a direct impact of the Ukraine war. There were many national economies in Europe that were facing problems compared to that. The situation is still moderate. It is bad as at that time. The British economy has not only had issues in 2022, and it has not recovered from the growth issue. There is weakness in productivity, similar problems as in Germany, lengthy planning procedures, not enough investments, and backlogs, which outside London, Cambridge and Oxford, which could be the axis of Silicon Valley in Europe. So these structural shortcomings that exist in the UK are not as different as what we know from Germany, and the growth of 1% is anticipated for this year, which is better than Germany, but which is worse than what is needed to increase public spending. Super. So thank you, Thorsten. Thank you very much, Matthias. We stop the morning briefing here. Greetings to Paris and London, and also thank you very much on my behalf. Well, dear audience, we would now like to have some interaction with you, but don't be afraid. We will have a very slow approach to it. We start with a short survey. We would be highly interested to know who was already at Europe last year. Please show your hand if you were here last year. Well, not bad. It's a bit less than half, maybe 1/3, which is not bad. Those who were there may remember that last year at Europe we talked a lot about defense policy, which was obvious because the special assets and the special investments for defense had been approved, and Donald Trump suggested talks between the Ukraine and Russia, which were the top subject. And at that time, one could not have imagined that Donald Trump was so desperate to get the Nobel Award for Peace would start a new war. And this war is spreading, and we would be interested in how far the Iran war has already an impact on your professional life and how you had already to react. So we would ask you to open the Slido once more. We know it from yesterday. We do not have a QR code, but if you turn your badge around, you have a QR code through which you can get connected. So the question, how did you see the impact? How have you reacted in your professional context to the war in Iran? Do we have already, in your case, first orders which are cancelled, or is it a wait-and-see attitude? Because people come from different sectors and niches here, so it would be interesting to get an overview. I just turned around to see what the situation is. So we have the first answers. So it's rather a no or a wait and see. So I can see massive price increases from Asia. This will also be a topic for the ECB to see whether the Iran war has already an impact on the inflation. What does it mean for climate policy? Interesting question. We will, of course, come back to that in terms of topic and content. But the most important answer seems to be that it is no, it doesn't have any concrete impacts for the moment. So let's see how this will be analyzed in the remainder of the day, and we continue. So these were interesting insights. Maybe you will think about it, and some of the topics will have an in-depth insider presentation, and even more exciting economic insights will be given now by the next panel.
I will switch into English. And I am very happy to be able to welcome the Handelsblatt editor-in-chief, Sebastian Mattes, who will be talking to two very prestigious guests. First of them is the head of the German Economic Council, Monika Schnitzer. And the second guest, you will have to wait a bit. It will be a little surprise. No, I will tell you who it is. Our next guest is Economic Nobel Prize laureate Philippe Agnon. He will join via Zoom, and he will join a little bit later. That's why you will have a little surprise during our panel. But now I am very happy to welcome the both panelists who are here in person. Big applause.
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction. Thanks to both of you. Since Philippe is not here yet, starten wir einfach auf Deutsch. Und die eigentliche Idee war...
So the actual idea was to talk about creative destruction, because this is a work for which Philippe Agnon got the Nobel Prize award, and Monika Schnitzer has also dealt with this topic throughout her life in different dimensions. But since we are here, and Philippe is not yet with us, and since we were talking about Iran, and the big question, what are the consequences for the economy, for our country, for the world, and since we have one of the best informed economic scientists with us, let's start with this question. Mrs. Schnitzer, what does it mean? What are the scenarios that you and the Council of Experts is anticipating? Well, if we knew it, it would be a $1 million question. We'd already placed a bet on it. I think that Trump's environment has placed a bet on it. Sorry to talk about this openly. It all depends on how long this conflict will take. And I think most thought it's a 1 week issue, and so we would have said there will not be any impact to be anticipated. 3 weeks good, 4 weeks still good, but for the moment it doesn't look like it. So you expect it to take longer than the summer, for instance? Well, why do I expect it to take longer? Well, because leaders in Iran have nothing to lose. What can be the best possible result for them? So go to the exile. Nobody can imagine that. So they will use and deploy everything they have to cause a maximum of damage, and they can succeed in doing this by blocking the Strait of Hormuz, and the mines have to be cleared if this stops, plus the oil and gas production installations, which will be destroyed. So this will take some time. Well, let's talk about it in more details, because there are several dimensions. We have the energy prices, but we have also other impacts. Helium is produced in Qatar, very important for chip production. We know from the COVID crisis what it means if we have a disruption of supply chains, if the international semiconductor chains are broken. What would be the impact for the world economy if it takes 6 months? Well, it will be a massive crisis. We will have the disruptions of the supply chain as we experienced them in 2022, because everybody said, how can it be there's not so much diversification? So we have diversified. We get our oil from different countries, but it is not very helpful if 20% of the supply disappear, because the price will increase. Because the opportunity costs increase, as we economists would say. And this is exactly what surprises Trump for the moment. He didn't expect that. Well, oil exporting country, so he has enough. But this oil has increased as well, and these electors see it when they go to the fuel station, and so he miscalculated, and we experience that we are affected, and our own possibility is after the wake-up call, we have learned that we have to go more into energy, which does not make us dependent on the region, and this applies to the other product, fertilizers. Fertilizers comes mainly from that region, and we are not well situated and positioned. What does it concretely mean for growth? At the beginning of the year, we had the impression that we have some air under the wings. A 3-year stagnation, recession was over. There was a psychological start and restart and relaunch, and now this. What do you expect for growth in Germany and in Europe for the next 12 months? Well, I will not attach any numbers. Well, we are in a very intimate circle here. You could do it. But it depends very much on how long it will take and how hefty it will be. But do we have to expect a recession in Germany? Well, we will not have as much growth as expected. We could have anticipated more growth, and we talk a lot about what is called the Sondervermögen, this dedicated funds. This would be spent on investments, and we could see it. But if energy prices increase, if transport costs increase, if food costs increase, we will have an increase in inflation. Not a massive one. It will not be as it was after the Ukraine crisis, but there must be a reaction by the ECB. Interest rates will increase slightly again, and this has to be taken into account by the economy, and it is not good.
Switch back to English and switch to our topic we wanted to discuss today, creative destruction. The idea that the new has to replace the old for an economy to grow. It's one of the most powerful ideas in economics, I would say. And today we have 2 people here, I already said, that have worked all their life in this topic. And now with us also Philippe Aghion. He wrote the modern theory behind creative destruction, and he teaches at the Collège de France and the LSE in London. And I've just read his book, The Power of Creative Destruction, where he explains why some economies thrive and others don't. I can really recommend this book. It's very a very good read, and you can learn a lot about international growth and innovation. So today we want to talk about what the problem in Europe is and how we can foster growth and innovation. And first of all, Philippe, I would like to start with you. The idea behind of creative destruction is more than 100 years old. Joseph Schumpeter came up with this concept. You turned this into a modern economic theory. What exactly did you see that Schumpeter didn't, and what do we need to know today to understand innovation and growth?
Yeah. So first, I mean, you know, of course, I don't want to minimize the Schumpeter's contribution. Thank you for having me today, and great to see Monica as well. She's a very close friend, an old friend. I think, you know, without minimizing Schumpeter's contribution, I think this notion of creative destruction is very important. You didn't have a model. You had, in my students' days, the leading growth model was the neoclassical growth model, the solo model, where growth is driven by capital accumulation. And in the solo model, you had the solo residual, which is, you know, what you cannot explain, which is long-run growth is technical progress, but I cannot explain it. And what we try to do is to open the black box of the solo residual, in fact. And so what we could get with a model, you see, for example, if you want to look at the relationship between competition and growth, between competition and innovation, Schumpeter had the idea that more competition would not be good because it would reduce the rents to a successful innovator. And so his view there was that it was not so good to have competition. Only if you develop a full-fledged model of endogenous growth with creative destruction, you can see that there are opposite effects of competition. On the one hand, too much competition may destroy your rents, but on the other hand, you innovate to escape competition. You have this escape competition effect. And we showed with co-authors that overall you have an inverted U curve. For low levels of competition, more competition fosters productivity growth because it's the escape competition effect that dominates. For very high level of competitions, maybe more competition may stifle innovation and growth. So this inverted U curve, we could never have got without a model. And for example, we could not show that firms that are close to the technological frontier, they always react positively to competition. Those who are way behind the technological frontier, they tend to be discouraged by competition. All those things, you see, without a model, we could never have got those predictions and confronted these predictions with the data. That's what a model allows you to do. You see what I mean? And so I just take an example, okay? But there are many things of that kind that without a model, it remains a mundanity. I mean, Schumpeter in my students' days, it would be, you know, in a course on history of economic thought or in an IO course en passant, you would mention Schumpeter, but it was not mainstream. It became now mainstream.
That's a very good point, and I think this is very, very interesting. We all have to understand. So competition is good for innovation, but at a certain point, there can be too much competition. So Monica, I would like to come to you and to the German perspective. You advise the German government on exactly these questions. Why does Germany have such difficulty renewing its old business model? And this is definitely something we talk about for years now.
So definitely we have one of problems that we call the innovators problem, which means if you have a very successful business model, you're not incentivized to replace it, to replace it because it's working so well. So you need outside competition. So let's take the car industry. Outside competition, Tesla comes along, has no business model in cars so far, and they come along with a new business model with electric cars, and all of a sudden then the old car manufacturers also need to do that. But here we have this problem that it always means There will be some job losses, you need to restructure. All this is painful, all this is not going down well with many people, and you need to take them along. And I think in Germany we pay too much attention to the social cost and too little attention to what we can achieve if we actually change things.
Is labor law one of the central problems, you would say? Because it's so difficult to let go people?
Yeah, it's
something
the labor
France
law,
knows as well, I guess.
In any case, it's this negotiations that you then have to enter in order to make sure, well, can you lay off some people or can you start a new company? And actually, to start new companies, you need all these people and you need to get them from somewhere. We see this now in the defense industry. They need to hire new people. They could get them from car manufacturers, but they rather stay in their old jobs. So
Philippe,
it's an issue.
What do you see when you look at Germany's economy right now, and what can we learn maybe from France, from mistakes France have made in the last couple of years?
Yeah, first I mean, I have to be very humble. You know, there is a big illness for Nobel Prize, which is called the Nobelite. The Nobelite, you are asked to talk about things you don't know well about. And especially if I have Monica in front of me, I am even more humble, okay? So I will not dare to say things about the German economy. Me, personally, I always perceive very strong points in Germany. You know, you work hard. You have an education system with good intertwining between schools and enterprises. You have a lot there that I would like to emulate in France. You have an attitude towards budget deficit, which I would very much like France to emulate as well. So, you know, I'm a big admirer of the German economy and the German system. I know that you are facing transitional problems because you no longer have the cheap oil from Russia. China is becoming more complicated. So I know that Germany will face transitional problems, but you are so good at dealing with them. And you know how to work hard and to tackle problems. In France, you see that we have talents, but sometimes we take too long reacting. You see, I mean, we are not. I very much count on a close cooperation between France and Germany. In fact, with Monica, we've been discussing a lot. I think now in Davos, there was a clear call from Trump for a European wake-up. And a European wake-up, it's first of all France and Germany. We talk a lot about the Draghi report, you know, but my view there is that the Draghi report, it will be coalition of the willing that will implement it, primarily France and Germany. I think if France and Germany don't get together to implement the recommendations of Draghi, to set up joint DARPA, to have joint markets for high tech, to have joint, you know, institutional investors, whatever, to push on basic research together. If we don't get together, France and Germany, to implement those things, I think nothing much will happen in Europe. We need a European technological wake-up. We've been lagging behind the US. We are losing to the US and China since the 1990s. It will take France and Germany to be the lead, to lead this European recovery. I think that's very much for me. Without those two countries getting closer together, nothing will be achieved. I'm totally convinced of that.
So you hear the applause. And I also want to mention that you will have the opportunity to ask questions to two very bright minds here today. So we have a microphone here, and you can also ask questions in the chat in Slido. And you can even ask in German. I will translate them, and we would bring this into our discussion. Philippe, let me ask you one more question on that. You've argued that government support for industry isn't inherently bad, but that most of what Europe does is the wrong kind, if I got it right. So we've recently spent billions on chips, batteries, hydrogen. How would you grade that, and how would a right support would look like?
Yeah, I think we should depart from what we used to do in France. For example, we would select champions and just concentrate on the champions. In defense, for example, we have Thales and Dassault, and we say, okay, let's go for them. And they deal with their subsidiaries. You see what I mean? I think that's a very bad way to do industrial policy. The way to do it is what I call DARPA. DARPA is the idea that, you know, you have a top-down part, money comes from ministries, where you have missions to accomplish in defense or in health or in energy transition. Then you have team leaders from academia or industry for 3 to 5 years, and those team leaders have the possibility to elicit competing projects to fulfill the mission. So you have a top-down part in DARPA and a bottom-up part in DARPA. And that's why it's a very interesting model, because it's competition friendly. You see what I mean? And there was this very important report, and I think, Monica, you played an important role there, the Bocconi. You were in that commission, no, weren't you? The Bocconi report, no, with Daniel Gross, weren't you part of that? That produced a very important report explaining why in Europe we so far don't have anything approaching a DARPA. And so, for example, now there is an initiative to have a joint French-German commission to see whether we could together establish DARPAs, in particular in defense and AI. So I very much count on that. We have our friend Dietmar Harhoff and other people in Germany who have given lots of thoughts, and Monica herself. And we in France, we want to team up with them and see whether we could together push for a true DARPA. And I would put defense and AI together, by the way, personally. And that would be something very significant.
Great, and it's fantastic. We have many questions now, so we have to try to answer all of them in 10 minutes. So regarding, Monica, positive disruption, our regulatory framework goes back until the early 20th century. Isn't it in first place the government's task to disrupt the state to be prepared for what's up to come?
It's definitely true that we need a state that does its job right, and that needs a lot of also modernizing the state capacity so that we have a well-functioning state, so that all what we expect from companies to reinvent themselves, to modernize, to digitalize, to use AI, that they do it themselves, so that the people see, okay, if I do want to start a company, it's done in a day. If I want to fill in my tax forms, this is done in half an hour. I mean, all this regulation that we need, or that we observe, can be done in a much more efficient way. It's not saying that we should get rid of all the rules, but we should have a much better functioning government by now using AI, for instance.
There's a question that really fits to that, Philippe, and I would like to answer you to ask you to answer. What has to happen in Brussels to unleash Europe, and do you think that is going actually to happen?
What will unleash Europe? What will make Europe? What do you mean? What will make Europe recover? That's what you are asking me?
Yes. So what has to happen in Brussels?
Sorry, your question.
So what has to happen in Brussels to make actual creative disruption more likely in Europe?
Happen. Look, I mean, my hope, for example, basic research. You see, we have the ERC, so the European Research Council. It's a great improvement upon what you used to have before to finance basic research. We need to make ERC, the European Research Council, even more autonomous than it is so far, and with better endowed, so that we could finance labs on a long-term period. Maria Leptin is doing a great job at the head of ERC, but I would like ERC to have to be better endowed and to be able to finance long-term labs, 10-year projects. We don't have enough in Europe long-term research, basic research financing. So that's, I think, something that in Brussels could be done. And now the rest of the Draghi agenda at EU level, I don't know how much can be done at EU level. I believe much more in coalition of the willing. I believe much more that countries like France and Germany could jumpstart the process, and then other countries that want to join in could join in. I would love everything to happen at EU level, but I'm moderately optimistic that much of it will happen directly at EU level. Of course, if you could move closer to single market for goods and services, single market, capital market, any progress that could be done at EU level, I would welcome. personally, I believe it will be more coalition of the willing driven.
Monica, then do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Yes,
Sure.
so I think one thing that Brussels should definitely do is help the small startup companies to scale. I mean, this is one of the issues that we have where we are not as good as the US because our market is not so large. Yes, we have the whole European Union, but it's much too fragmented in many of its rules.
It's very interesting. That would be the next question. So what has to happen to establish an even deeper economical relationship in Europe?
Yeah, so we, for instance, should have, we should make progress on this 28th regime, as it's called. It means have a way of incorporating companies that is the same in all of the different countries, so that if you start in, say, Germany, but you want to do business in France, exactly the same rules apply to you. So solvency rules, labor rules, all the laws that are still differentiated among the different countries. That would be such a big issue to help small startups to use the full market. It's not working yet because there's so much objection. Nobody wants to give up their own rules because they said, well, we fought long for that. But if we say, okay, let's target it to the startups, then perhaps we could make some progress.
It's very interesting that this Europe perspective is also, there are lots of questions about that. So, Philippe, what could seriously determine the united action of France and Germany on their way to leading Europe's economically? That is one more question, so maybe you have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the war in Ukraine, with the challenge raised by Trump, we have something very deep in common. A commitment to democracy and freedom, like nowhere else in the world. A commitment to be basically peaceful, like nobody else in the world. A commitment to social model, like nobody else in the world. A commitment to climate. We have some deep values that we share. And we have also very good engineers, mathematicians, scientists. So I think that gives us enormous soft power. And so I think we have this common, you know, motivation, you know, this common wish to push these values. We want to recover technologically because also we want these values to be promoted worldwide. We believe that we have a responsibility to push these values. And countries like Canada, for example, or other countries, they look up to us. They say, we would like to be with you because we also share those values. You see what I mean? But I believe that France and Germany together, they will be the core of this project. You see, we want to innovate more, to sustain our social model and to push these values that I was mentioning. And so that other countries like Canada, Australia, other countries worldwide who do not, you know, identify themselves so well with the US nowadays, they will join with us. They will, but we will be the core. We will be the center. You see what I mean? And that's why I think it's important. I said we should. It's not that we should innovate more and more breakthrough innovation just for the pleasure of it. It's because it's the only way to sustain our values, to sustain our social model, and to remain this core, you know, that will promote democracy worldwide. Well, and I think that's why. And I think we. You know, when you understand that, then you have a very strong motivation to work together. Yeah.
So unfortunately, we only have a couple of minutes left, and we are talking for more than 20 minutes now and didn't even mention AI yet. So I would like to ask both of you, what does the AI revolution actually mean for Europe? Because what we see right now is that the fundamental infrastructure is being built elsewhere, and Europe is just something like a data colony, for now at least. So, Philippe, maybe we start with you, and Monica, you will have the last words on that. What does that mean, and how can Europe react?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and I will tell you something. We have to create a business climate which is conducive to AI investors. So that's where, you know, Monica mentioned venture capital, institutional investors, to have also a fiscal and regulatory framework which is encouraging new AI revolution. The good news in Davos this year is that Yann LeCun is a French guy. He was at Meta. He was the head of research at Meta. He's leaving Meta to come back to Europe to develop what he thinks will be the next AI revolution within the AI revolution, the post-LLM. We should make it attractive for these people to establish. AI is data and computing power. So we need to create a good environment with computing power. That's where the industrial policy is very important, because we need to develop computing centers, of course, to take advantage of the very good data we have. And we have very good data both in Germany, in France, and other European countries. And with the soft power that I mentioned before, they love democracy, they love social model. People like Yann LeCun, they are happy to come to Europe because they value those things that we have. And I think we can very well be prominent actors in the next waves of the AI revolution. The post-LLM, I believe very much that in the post-LLM we can be very active. And the interplay between AI and defense, we can be also extremely active in Europe, France, Germany, and other European countries. Yeah.
We could talk another hour about how that actually would look like. So next time we will definitely make this a topic. But Monica, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so first of all, let me give you a bit of context to what Philippe just said. This is the company AMI that's now started in Paris.
800 million seed funding.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so which is nice, it's French. And the nice thing is, you said LLMs, these are the large language models, and many people think, okay, I will come to an end because there's only so much you can do with large language models, it only is text-based. So he really wants to develop a world model, so something that helps us understand much more than just text. And so this is a real breakthrough. And if we have someone like him, if we were able to get now the people from Anthropic to come to Europe, we see that they fell out with Trump, or Trump fell out with them, whatever you want to call it. This would be the moment to attract them to Europe, because they now have a business model. Before there was no reason why should they bet up the data centers here. But now Trump can control the data centers in the US. So if they don't behave, he will shut them down for them. And if they come here, they can diversify, and that would be a great opportunity. That means we need to have data center, we need to have the energy for the data center. So mind you, this is extremely important, so we have to build up this energy infrastructure. And we need to put this front and center in our policy. We see all the day the headlines, and the headlines are all about actually minor issues. You couldn't care less about this and that, and part-time, lifestyle part-time, and all these discussions that we're having. Where do you see the headlines? We need more AI, and this is what will make or break our economy in the future, because otherwise we can turn tourism or what else. This is what really will define whether we will be able to grow and sustain the world we live in today with all the social amenities that we're also fond of.
Monika Schnitzer, Philippe Aghion, always smarter after talking to you. So much for being here today, and I will hand over to my colleague Henrike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So we've heard that creative destruction is really important to foster innovation, and innovation in turn is really important to foster economic success. So the big question that we also already mentioned is how we will be able to catch up to the US. And that is also the main question of our next panel. And I am really happy to welcome the editor-in-chief of Tagesspiegel, Christian Tretbar. Applause. And his guests, Ingeborg Borgheim, Amit Datta, and Michael Schäfer, who will join via Zoom.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you also for the panel we just had. That was very passionate and very, very good introducing for us here. At the beginning, we have to apologize a little because one of our guests, Jens Spahn, he just cancelled minutes ago. It was some urgent appointment with his with his CDU-CSU section. I don't know what's going on there, maybe some news later. We'll have a look on that. But nevertheless, we have a great podium here and we have great guests here. And maybe I can just give you a little introduction what we are talking about. And yes, today we are asking a simple question, but a question with enormous consequences. Can Europe still shape the future of innovation, or is the moment shifting elsewhere? We have world-class research here in Europe, we have strong values and a huge single market, and yet breakthrough technologies, global platforms and billion-dollar scale-ups continue to emerge primarily in the US or in Asia. At the same time, Europe is trying to balance innovation with regulation, strategic autonomy with openness, and public ambition with private investments. So the question is not just whether Europe can compete, but whether it can lead, and lead on its own terms. So we are going to discuss this, and I would say let's dive in and welcome with me on stage Ingeborg Borgheim. She's from Norway, and she's general manager of Takeda, one of the leading worldwide pharmaceutical enterprises, and now she's responsible here in Germany. So very welcome here in Berlin.
Thank you.
We have Dr. Amita Datta. He's General Counsel of Aleph Alpha, which is one of the leading AI companies in Europe, and we are very glad that you are here with us today. And so we have the medicine, the health sector, we have AI sector, but we also have a very general view, and this view comes, of course, from Europe, and this comes from Michael Schäfer. He's board president of the European Innovation Council in Brussels, and I mean, if anybody knows how innovation is going to happen in Europe, then it must be him. So very welcome here on the screen in Berlin, and greetings to Brussels. So Mr. Schäfer, maybe we start with you to give us a little general view on this topic. Is the description right? Europe does the research very often, but others make the money. Why is it like this?
That's it's almost true.
Oh, okay.
But it's changing. So Europe was until 10 years ago a great incubation continent, but the startups and the scale-ups moved out. By now, we have largely a good startup environment, also meaning that we are able to fund companies publicly, privately, up to 20, 30 million euros. But the problem is still the scale-up stage. And that's there are three problems. One is, let's say, the lack of capital. Secondly, still, let's say, 27 regulatory contexts for scaling up companies. And the third one, we still have 27 markets. So not, let's say, a fully single market.
Yes. The connection is not very good, to be honest, but I hope I get it right. So maybe you just described the three major problems, but what are the three major solutions the European Union has?
Well, the first solution is to create a really startup and scale-up funding environment. So what the Commission has done is to create the accelerator, then a next step called STEP, and currently negotiations are ongoing to create a scale-up fund, Commission together with institutional investors like the Novo Nordisk Foundation, Allianz, the Dutch pension funds, and several others. So and by creating such instruments, also to seduce private capital to join in. And that is increasingly working. The second thing is that there's a proposal today on the agenda of the European Commission is to come with a so-called EU Inc., so a European status for a limited company that is, let's say, homogeneous for the entire union. That's the second thing. And the third one is to improve the single market by deregulating or by better regulating, and by creating more synergies between between startups and large corporations. We do that very actively. What is also needed is to have a much more innovation-oriented public procurement. Only one country in Europe has 10% of innovative procurement. It should be 10% at large or even higher.
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. Borkheim, if you hear that and on your view on Europe is special, are these the solutions you need? Is it the description right that we are making a lot of research here in Europe, but we don't really make the money? I mean, you make a lot of money, of course, I think, with your company. But in general, what is your view on the innovation power in Europe?
Yeah, I think that one of the challenges that we have in Europe is not necessarily innovation, but translation of innovation into patient benefits and also benefit for the healthcare system. So if you look at medical innovations that we bring to the markets, we have some significant challenges, and you talked about the 27 different countries. I will also touch on that. Of course, when you come with a medical innovation, the first thing you need is to get the innovation approved. And it's approved through FDA, and it's also in Europe approved by EMEA. After approval, you need access in 27 different countries, and that creates a significant delay. So if you look at the approval times, just to give an example of what the problem is today, is that we have the approval times in the US around 11 months, in Europe 14 months, so not such a big difference in that sense. However, there is an opportunity, especially for medicines that meets specific unmet medical needs with a very high demand, that you can accelerate the regulatory approval.
Yes.
So that can actually, in US in 24, 60% of the medicines was accelerated. In Europe, 0.
Wow.
So that brings a huge difference in terms of approval times. Then secondly, to give patient access in 27 different countries takes a lot of time. One example from our colon cancer medicine that we brought to the market in 24, it took 19 months from approval in Germany until approval in France, and maybe even longer to other countries. So imagine what that matters, what that means for patients with colon cancer. So I think that is speeding up the approval times, utilizing the opportunities also for accelerated approvals when there is a clear medical need, and also harmonizing across Europe the way that we bring access to the markets is a key solutions for us to bring those innovations to patients quicker.
Yeah. Mr. Datte, if you hear that, are these the same problems or the same challenges you see on the AI sector? I mean, everybody is talking about AI, and if you look at the money that's going around, especially in the US, which is invested in AI companies and AI infrastructure and things like that, what is your view on Europe? I mean, you are a European enterprise and you are acting here. Are you more optimistic that this is the right place, or are you skeptical because of the circumstances here in Europe?
Yeah, I think you raised a very critical point. So I think obviously the resources here are much more limited than they are in the US. I think Jan LeCun, the example that we heard before, is just one of the few examples and that reached unicorn status at such an early stage, right? So looking at the US, looking at the VC market over there, looking also on the investment side there is a complete different game compared to what we are facing here. And I'm not only talking about financial resources, it's also technical resources, so it's also personal resources. So just looking at the salaries that are paid overseas for top researchers is something that smaller companies, especially in Europe, cannot compete with. To your question, is this still the right place to be? I think it is, and I think I speak for the company that we are confident that it is for many reasons. I think we should look critical also on what's happening in the US, also on the business side when we're looking at AI models. So we see there huge investments, as I mentioned before. At the same time, none of these business models is yet sustainable. Like none of them is really profitable yet. So the question is, what are we focusing on? And I think the solution and the answer to that should be more on the specialized large language models than trying to develop with these immense resources models that ultimately where the outcome is ultimately unclear and how it is deployed in business critical and security critical areas.
Mm-hmm. Which role does the political situation plays in your business? If you look at the US, the whole discussion we have with Anthropic, is this an advantage for Europe, that it's maybe a little more stable? Nobody knows so really, but maybe, or is that something that doesn't matter at all in your business?
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, we see that. We see also talent. I think we heard it also before, talent looking closer to Europe and seeing Europe as an opportunity and maybe also as an alternative, even though the salaries are very different and are not playing at the same level. Mm-hmm. So this is probably a positive aspect. I think what we are missing yet is, we also heard about it on like the public procurement side, to really have in our public procurement rules also have the European values and European interests reflected to the extent it's possible and to the extent it might also be necessary looking at the US. So I think on the one hand, we're having these discussions about sovereignty, and it's like the buzzword, I think, over the last 18 months with the second Trump administration. And on the other hand, I think we are not yet fully there. I mean, if we look also at public procurements and also decisions made by policymakers here, on the one hand, there's a lot of support for sovereignty. On the other hand, the decisions ultimately taken do not reflect this standard to the extent possible.
Yeah. Mr. Schäfer, if you hear these examples here from two big industries, AI and the health sector, there are some common things like the single market, the access to 27 different countries, the political situation, the money that's going around. What is your view on that? What are your concrete instruments to make Europe so more attractive and more safe for investments in these areas here?
Well, there is a big difference between the two examples, because if you take healthcare, indeed healthcare is still a competence of 27 countries, and that is a huge, let's say, disadvantage, and changing that would require a treaty change. So that's a quite fundamental change in Europe to make healthcare a more European competence. So the two competences we have is only research, and there is, let's say, there is a European market for clinical tests. Mm-hmm. So there is a real barrier. AI is a different example, because in AI we have only European legislation and hardly national ones. So there we have an example of where we have European regulation, also based on European values, so with a high protection of personal data and personal environment. So those are two interesting cases. Public procurement is, of course, essential in health and should be far more developed to a European preference when it comes to AI. And there, indeed, the speaker is right. There is a dilemma between what is said and what is done. So it's important, and there is an initiative coming out in April to pool more, let's say, the resources at European level for AI, but also for creating a European cloud, for pooling software development, for example, for public administrations. So there is a lot of movement going on there. I would like to add, there are markets in Europe where we are very strong, where there's hardly any national segmentation. Think of quantum, think of industrial technologies. And one huge advantage we still have in Europe, we still have 30 million jobs in industry. US is below 13 million. So we still have, if you go from Eindhoven to Lombardia, in each village, you still have an industrial leader that's going to act as a client or as a subcontractor supplier to innovative companies.
Yeah. Ms. Borkheim, we've talked backstage a little already, and you said something that we don't hear so often in Germany. You said Germany is a role model in your sector. And I was really surprised because you don't hear that so often. So maybe you can explain a little why Germany is in your sector really a role model.
Yeah, thank you for that. So as I worked several years in Norway, Nordics, and also have had European roles, I've seen this from a different perspective, and coming into Germany and understanding the fact that in Germany, actually in terms of access, new medical innovations are made available just after approval in Europe, in Germany. And that is happening at the same time as you are running the negotiations on the health outcomes negotiations. In many other European countries, you first do the health technology assessments, and then you give access. That's why we have such a huge delay, and also lack of predictability from many countries in terms of how this is done, and also the value for the innovation. So in Germany, you can give access to innovations from day 2, and the average is just a few days. And that, in that sense, I would say that Germany is definitely a role model. And I heard the comment around difficulties in kind of harmonizing 27 countries in terms of giving access for medical innovations. But if we would like to do that, I think we should definitely look to Germany. Of course, Germany is not perfect in terms of value recognition, maybe, and predictability there. But in terms of fast access for innovations, truly a role model.
Okay, still something to do in Germany. So
definitely.
Okay,
yeah.
Good. From your perspective, we have here now somebody from the European Union who is responsible for innovation. What are your demands on him? What are the 3 things that the European Union really has to do to improve AI development, AI business in Europe, and to make Europe with that more sovereign and more independent from big players in the US?
I think one point would probably be on the policy side. It would be like looking at the AI Act, and I'm not like against the AI Act, or I'm not like advocating against it, but just in general looking at it, it's like a piece of legislation which is like really extensive and really hard to control for smaller companies and larger companies. So we have the AI Act, we have more than 100 delegated acts coming up, we have another regulation like the Digital Omnibus trying to facilitate the interpretation of the AI Act. So it's just way too complex. So we don't have a problem with regulation, and looking at the AI Act, it has a lot of good approaches, and I think also in the sense of saying it's there to ensure that our freedoms, like European freedoms, are protected. So I think that there's a lot of good ideas behind it, but I think the implementation lacks for smaller companies especially, but also for larger ones, the possibility to really apply it in an appropriate way. So I think that's probably on the one side. On the other side, I think we have to make sure that data is accessible. So we don't see a lot of support from the European side and also the national side to make really like the important data accessible also to European players. I mean, so far the few deals that we are seeing are mainly dominated also by US players paying certain sums to rights holders, and we don't, obviously this is also part of the free market, but on the other hand, we don't see a lot of support on that end. And the third one, which I mentioned before, is also on the procurement side. So I think the role of public institutions, and I'm also talking about on the European level and the national level, as a potential anchor customer is really crucial, especially for smaller companies. And that's not only for the financial reason, it sends a very strong signal to the market and also to the private sector saying, hey, these are reliable players that we as governmental institutions trust with our very system-critical areas and use cases. So I think these would be the 3 areas where I would see more support.
Okay, Mr. Schäfer, can you help with these 3 sectors?
I'm fully with the speaker on the third one. Public procurement is an issue, so I share that concern. On the regulation, we should forget that there's a lot of derogations for smaller companies. So basically, smaller companies, SMEs, startups are not subjected to most of the regulation. And the second thing is that's very important is indeed to harmonize it, to at least assure that it's coherent. And that is basically the objective of the omnibus, is to, let's say, to create more coherence and less implementation dilemmas. So that's work going on. What is also important is the access to data. In general, what we see is that the quality of data in Europe is higher than the US. Think of health data, but also, let's say, differences in accessibility. So in the Netherlands, for example, health data is very much shared between hospitals, but then protected. While in Germany, it's highly fragmented between hospitals and very hard to aggregate. That's a different issue. And in France, basically, you have such big regional hospitals that each of them have a relevant data set, but also sharing is a difficult thing. And sharing data is very essential for companies like the Norwegian company on the table, because that is essential to, especially in smaller diseases or let's say smaller markets, to have the aggregation level and the data necessary to make, let's say, reasonable assessments of feasibility of drugs. So this is an area we work on. The EIC is quite strong in health diagnostics using of AI. So we have brain cancer, breast cancer, lung cancer, colorectal cancer, and even below that. So we have a lot of, let's say, startups in that area, and they really see the importance of creating a European data space for health data.
Thank you very much. I've already some questions here in the call, but maybe before I take them, I will have a look at you. Are there already some questions from you, from the audience, to our panelists here on stage? Anybody? Yes, there's one question.
I have a question to Dr. Burkhardt. What is farmer look at longevity market?
The farmers look at
longevity market.
Longevity. How to live longer. Much longer than we do normally.
Oh, yeah, you mean prevention of?
Yes, basically prevention, because there is already available medication on a market that can slow down aging process. Is pharma more interested in slowing aging or treating age-related diseases?
I think that definitely pharma is interested in improving patients' health and patients' outcomes, meaning prevent diseases and also, of course, cure or help if a disease occurs. So I think that we really care about the patient throughout the life cycle, from prevention to treatment. So definitely the full human is core and interesting for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any else? Anybody else? Not yet. Take your time. You get a second chance. I will just have a look. Here is a question maybe for you. What role play regional innovation networks in Germany and Europe in the context of specialized LLMs for digital sovereignty and beyond?
Regional, sorry, I didn't get the...
Regional innovation networks. Yeah. So we are always talking about big enterprises, European enterprise, but of course there are many regional little networks, little companies that are going and sticking together. Does that play any important role on the big sector of AI?
Yeah, no, it certainly does, and I think it does on different levels. So one is obviously also to really identify the use case and really understand the customers and the needs of like regional players in that sense, and also have close collaborations, for example, with public institutions, universities, and not only for the talent, but also to really benefit from the research on that side. So we see definitely also huge support from these networks, and they are also very crucial and critical for our area.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a question for you in Brussels, Mr. Schäfer. There's a question from Norbert Stippel. How can EU create unique specialized business models which brings the money for the startups later on? The specialization into certain areas and not recreating the wheel again is discussed. What preconditions are important for the EU to become successful and sit again on the driver's seat?
Well, the responsibility for the business model is first with the business itself. So I don't think it would be very wise that governments or international organizations develop business models. What is unique to the EIC is to provide long-term capital. And long-term capital is an important condition to develop business models and to have the time to fill and to restore. So the EIC provides funding for, on average, 5 to 10 years, which is unprecedented compared to VCs and unprecedented compared to other public funding instruments. But it's important basically to leave the diversity of business model development to the market itself and to companies. In also responding to the previous question, what is very important is to create collaboration models. So what we see a lot whether it's startups or scale-ups, it's companies working together, either on a regional level. München is a very strong example in Germany, but also Baden-Württemberg at large. But on the other hand, if you take quantum, it doesn't make sense in quantum to distinguish regional clusters. There, really, the cooperation is between IQM in Helsinki, Pascal in near France, Kiutra for the coding of quantum in München. Quantum is really a European system, and the dilemma is a bit if you create more regional systems, you even increase the fragmentation of the single market. So it's also important to bring companies together. If there's something on business model, the cooperation side is very important. Do what you're good in, buy what you can find with others who are better in it. Or contract, or work together.
All right. Ms. Borkham, I have a question. I get back to the question in the call a little later because I'm interested in something. How can Europe strengthen collaborations between industry, between academic systems and the startup system to ensure that the key innovations also in your area and biopharmaceutical things are developed and scaled here? So how can this collaboration be in a better, quicker and more scalable way?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think it's a very critical one, and I think maybe it starts with mindset.
Yes.
The understanding of that we are in this together and that we have one common vision and one common goal. And I think that we have some good examples of where this is actually working really well, because I think we all, if you look at the healthcare system, we all want the best for the patients. We want patients to prevent illness, and we want, of course, to help them if they get some illnesses, because everyone benefits from this. So I think that the mindset there is critical. I think that also, and we have some good examples of entrepreneurship where we collaborate. We have, in Takeda, we launched a DIGA for patients with ADHD, and this is done in collaboration with an entrepreneur and a startup. Because together with us as Takeda, I also have some examples from Sweden when I was working in the Nordics, where the payers, the HCPs, and Takeda was working together on solutions to enable patients to stay out of the hospital. So that was good for the patients, that was good for the healthcare systems, and it could only happen when it was a collaboration. So I think that the mindset there and the willingness to really collaborate is maybe the most important ingredients.
Okay. We have to get back to money because there's another question here. Maybe this is a good question for you. It's from Klaus-Dieter Vogt in the call. If we compare startup capital in US and EU, it is big against small. How can we believe that the EU can be globally competitive? Have EU ever had a look to the Asia market, how they do? Is this maybe the better reference than the US market?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's true, right? If you just look at the mere numbers, and I think the Draghi report, I think 15 months ago, made it very clear that this is just a different game. Like the VC investment in 2023 in AI in Europe were $8 billion US. At the same time in the US was 68, just to give you an idea of the numbers that we are talking about. And obviously in Asia it's different. If you look at the most performant models, at the SOTA models, like the very much on the frontier level, they are mainly coming from China. If you compare it, like it's either US or China right now, looking at the large language models. And looking at these models and really trying to, I would say, play around with them, and I would invite everyone to do it, also shows certain boundaries when it comes to critical questions, maybe also political questions, the output it generates, the values that are reflected in these models. So I'm a bit hesitant to say, okay, that's the better way to go forward. I think it's more the question about specialization and what do we really want to achieve with the limited resources we have. And I think maybe that's the first step, is to acknowledge that. And the second one, probably to focus and really identify the core areas. And this was mentioned before. I mean, we have great industrial expertise. We have amazing data. So the question ultimately is really, really to use and foster this data and this innovation that we have here, and that is also sustainable.
Yeah. Can you mention some of these focus areas?
Yeah,
Do you have any examples?
Like one area, for example, would be also when we talk about security critical public sector innovations, right? So we look at certain data, and I mentioned that also before when we talk about sovereignty. I mean, we are looking sometimes at decisions that are made from also the police or others on the state level and on a federal level, where we really have to rely on AI. And I think we have models that are transparent, where we can also show European models that they are compliant. They might, on certain other metrics, not be playing on the same level, but I think the question would be, is it really necessary? Or is it more important that we are aware that these are compliant models, that we know where the data is stored, that we know that our values are reflected in these models, rather than saying, okay, this model outperforms the other one on maybe some random benchmark that is not even important for this specific use case.
Okay. Any questions in the room? Just to make sure, and don't forget anybody. Yes, on the back seat. Very quick. Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, are there mornings when you wake up and say, I should go to Silicon Valley, maybe? What and why, if that ever happens to you, do you think that way? So basically, it's asking what are the biggest problems you are seeing, and related question. Well, maybe not. You say, oh, it's so complicated, it's EU regulation, EU-level regulation, so on and so forth, but don't you have AI, actually, that could facilitate implementation at company level, this compliance, right? Where you say, it's too many forms to fill in. Actually, you shouldn't be filling in any forms if you have a trusted platform that scans whatever documents you have and then automatically submits this data that maybe is necessary. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. To your question, so Mr. Scher is my CEO, so he is my manager, so I'm not really capable of speaking for him, but the last time I spoke to him, he was still in Heidelberg and very happy there. And the same applies to me, like I'm a Berlin-based lawyer. I mean, both of us, Ilan Scher and I, both lived in the US. So I spent critical time of my PhD work in Berkeley. I spent some time, like over a year, at a law firm in Chicago. Ilan Scher spent the last 5 years in New York. So most of our team, actually, especially on the senior level, spend time in the US, appreciate the US, like the US, and also like living there. At the same time, we also are aware of what we really value here. And looking over the last 12 to 18 months, I think a lot of people can probably agree to that there are a lot of benefits living in Europe. Stability, I mean, I think if we criticize certain things, I think it's on a very, very high standard that we're criticizing it. But obviously, I agree that there are certain moments, and I think I also speak for both of us, where you think, okay, things are not moving fast enough, or where we see, for example, you mentioned VC investments, it's just a different game, that our resources are limited, that we are sometimes not able to attract top talent, because they, at the age of 26, they get 2-digit million salaries per annum in the US. So this is just something where we feel, okay, to a certain extent, our resources are limited and we have to focus on what we do. To the second question that you mentioned, sure, we also use AI, but you also have to look, it's not only like the regulatory side in the sense of, how do we implement the law? How do we use it? How do we explain it? It's also what the customer is expecting. And so the customers that we are facing, I mean, they are in the most critical areas. They are in the industry sector, in like really system relevant areas. And they wouldn't appreciate if we would just say, okay, we ran it through the AI and I think we are all compliant. So we really also have to do a lot of educational work to our customers and also try to work together with them to help them and us understand really the specifics.
Ms. Brockheim, you're working in a worldwide company. From your perspective, what are the biggest advantage the European Union or Europe has?
Yeah. So I think that Europe has a huge advantage in terms of quality. I think that we have a lot of innovation in Europe. And I think that we also had a wake-up call lately, to be honest, with the geopolitical changes that we've seen. I think that's a good thing. So, because I think it enables us to maybe join forces more. I think the complexity that we have in Europe is hindering us to some extent, but if we are able to turn this into an advantage, I think we can win. And I think that we can bring Europe back to becoming an innovation powerhouse. But to your point, I think we need to reward innovation. I think this is where we really need to understand what does it take. Because if you reward innovation, investments will come, and then we can grow. So I think this is also super critical. But the power of Europe, we can utilize it more if we stay more together, and we also continue to reward innovation.
Okay. Mr. Schäfer, now it's up to you. With an optimistic view, in 10 years, the European Union will be a real big player on the market, for example, on AI. And what are really the things that make you optimistic that the European Union is going to be really the superpower on this sector?
Well, one of our strengths is our self-criticism. And that means that we always see what should be improved. I think that's a strong character, almost Max Weberian, of always trying to focus on what can be improved. The second one is, of course, the cultural diversity and the exchange and the challenging each other. And we truly have, especially innovation, we truly have a European single market for skills and for talents. That's also important. I think we also have huge opportunities of leading in certain segments. In quantum, we are very strong. In specialized AI, especially health AI or industrial AI, we have strength. We are also relatively strong in a lot of medical segments, and we are quite strong in what we call clean tech. So the shift of going beyond petrol and, let's say, have a new methods of generating electricity. So we have a number of segments that are strong. What we need to do, and it's also something we need to do as European Commission and the member states, to be clearer on where we focus on. What are the things it's worthwhile to invest in, and which one we can dominate the world, think of ASML, for example, in semiconductor equipment, and others where we say, okay, no, we won't win that one. We will try to have, let's say, a friendly dependency to other regions of the world. So being self-critical is fine. Being able to choose to be stronger.
Okay, thank you very much. Self-criticism is a good point. We are sorry for the sound that wasn't that good from Brussels, but we hear you very well, and I think we got the point. So, and I'd say thank you very much, Ms. Borkham, Ms. Data, Ms. Schäfer, and of course, thank you for your questions. And I will get back to my colleague Maria. Thank you.
Ich mache auf Deutsch wieder weiter. Wir haben es ja gerade gehört.
I continue in German. We have heard that Europe is able to do innovation, but sometimes it hinders itself with one or the other law, with one or the other regulation, which tends to make things more complex and more complicated. But let's be honest, it is a bit unfair in an international comparison, don't you think so? Because we are democracies in Europe with a social market economy, with citizens' participation, majority principle. With a system like China in autocracies, this cannot be compared. But the reality is also that we need to measure us against China and also find an arrangement with China, because China is one of our most important trade partners and at the same time a big competitor. And how we can dissolve this tension will be shown by ZEIT editor Zacharias Sakarakis, with the CEO of Polestar, Michael Lowshaller, and I'm very much looking forward to this debate.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our next discussion, Europe's chance. Stop delaying and start competing. That's what we want to talk about now. And well, the global automotive industry is facing extraordinary moment. We have markets under pressure, we have tariffs, we have trade tensions, and at the same time we have very strong innovation in the electric mobility, we have automation, we have autonomous driving, and all this is accelerating a lot and at incredible speed at the moment. And a few companies sit at the crossroads of all these developments, quite as Polestar, a European electric performance brand with headquarters in Göteborg, listed on NASDAQ in the US and operating and producing in several countries, China, the US, also in Korea, and probably soon in Europe. We will talk about that today, and with a Chinese ownership. So, and a few executives have also seen the industry from as many perspectives as my guest today. Michael Loscheller has spent a lot of years in the automotive sector, holding senior leading positions at Volkswagen, for instance, and also as CEO of Opel, and today as CEO of Polestar. He's leading a truly internationally positioned EV brand, as we heard. And Michael, great to have you here today.
Thank you. So thanks for having me, and good morning to all of you. The reason I'm in really great spirits is because I live in Sweden and I haven't seen the sun for 6 months, and I am like, I love Berlin here, right? I mean, it's amazing, yeah? I don't know what you have done, but I love it, right? So this will be great.
You had a lot of reason to come from Göteborg today to Berlin. But before we start, I would like to do a little experiment with all of you, with the audience, and I would like to ask you to stand up for a little moment, every one of you, and us included, of course. Okay, now let's see where we stand in the mobility transition right now. If you don't own a car, you may sit down now. Okay, there are some. We are standing. So, if you own a car and it's a hybrid or a fully electric car, you may please remain standing now. So, hybrid and fully electric car, still standing.
Great.
So, this is where we are at the moment with the transition, I think, and okay. Still, a few standing. Last question, of course, who's earning Polestar?
Yep.
Oh yeah, still, okay. So you have some chance to convince customers today, so thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay, well, the title of our session is Stop Delaying and Start Competing. What would you say? Where is Europe delaying at the moment when you look at the automotive industry or market in general? Is it regulation? Is it customers? Is it mentality? What would you say?
I mean, I think obviously there are various factors. There's a very big transformation happening in the mobility sector, right? And we believe electrification is the future. But what I think is important is that more and more people can experience electrification, driving electric cars. And what we don't like at all is the lack of clarity, right? So when I was running Opel, we were discussing for years, Green Deal, ban of ICE engines by 2035. It took us years to finalize it. So everybody agreed, everybody said, yeah, that's the way to go. Now everything is being rediscussed. Everybody questions again. Lack of clarity is never good. It's not good for business, it's not good for consumers.
So when you look at the competitive landscape we have now globally in the automotive sector, what would you say, where is Europe strong and where is work to do still?
I think Europe has many, many strengths. I mean, we talked about earlier on, I mean, the diversity is amazing. I mean, now I live in Sweden. I was joking about, okay, the long winter, but Sweden is very different to Germany. I mean, we have so many different aspects, and that's a big strength of Europe: engineering skills, innovation. And then bringing all this together is a real strength for Europe, but at the same time, in the automotive sector, we live in a very global world, right? There is US, there is China, and we just have to make sure we compete in this super, super competitive industry.
One short question about customers. I mentioned it before, mentality. Now you are clearly electric brand, but do you see, especially in Germany, still this hesitation with no reason for buying an electric car? Where is this coming from?
I mean, look, when you look at electric cars and go back many years, three things are always important for consumers. First of all, what about the price? And electric cars were more expensive. This is coming down now, right? If you look at total cost of ownerships of electric cars, it's actually very competitive. Maybe with everything else going on in Iran and oil prices going up, maybe electric cars can even be cheaper. But I think people have understood there are many offers out of good, well-priced electric cars. Second was always range, right? So the Germans have created this Reichweitenangst. Well, I mean, Polestar cars go 600-700 kilometers. We actually got the Guinness World of Record with the Polestar 3, 953 kilometers. If you go a little slower, I mean, how far do we want to go? There is no Reichweitenangst anymore, right? Because 600-700 kilometers is sufficient, right?
Yeah.
And then the last one is infrastructure. And everyone says, oh, it's so difficult to charge. Yeah, there are places where it is not perfect. But the reality is, when I drive from here to Gothenburg, I look at my app, it's super easy to know where I charge, and sometimes my wife is telling me it's actually a good thing that we have a 20-minute break to charge. So I would say all the ingredients are there, we need clarity, and we need a little bit like mindset, hey, let's try out something new, right? So I'm very optimistic that we are on the right path, and we should not expect that things go like this, right? A couple of years ago, everybody was saying, oh, electric cars will go like this. No, but they go like this and are still growing.
By the way, I went to Norway last year and learned there that the word Regnvæddeangst was the word of the year 10 years ago in Norway. So they had the same problems or fears that we have now, 10 years after, but yeah.
Yeah, but in Norway, 96% of all new cars are electric cars.
Yeah, that's
Norway is really the leading country in Europe for all that, right?
Okay, let's go a little bit into the details of what is discussed in terms of regulation and politics or policy. We spoke about the Industrial Accelerator Act, IAA, yesterday, and also your competitors are pledging for a kind of Made in Europe label, and it's not clear how details should look like, but what is your position on that? What's your opinion on a label made in Europe as a global company like you are?
Yeah, and maybe a few introductory words just about Polestar, because as not everybody was driving one, maybe I just say 30 seconds. So Polestar is a Swedish company, a Swedish brand. We're listed in New York. Founded 9 years ago, so still a very young brand. And by the way, our customers are 10 years younger than the average customer. And we do electric cars only, right? So we don't invest into hybrid, into ICE. We believe the future of mobility has to be without emissions. And we do zero compromise on that. We hold the course. And now to the point like, okay, where are our customers? I mean, the majority are here in Europe, and therefore it makes sense to produce in Europe. And that's exactly what we do. The same is true for the US, same is true for Asia. But I mean, just increasing regulation will not help a lot. So we are thinking, let's do what's right for business, and that means produce where your customers are. We do that anyhow, and I think more regulation is not helpful at all.
But so far you're not producing in Europe.
Yeah, but we will with our new compact SUV, and exactly for those reasons, because I mean, shipping cars around the world is also a business model from the past, right? You want to produce where your customers are, and for Polestar that is clearly in Europe.
But still, at the moment, we have tariffs in place, we have this trade tensions in general, And what does this mean now for you as a multinational company like you are? Is it, does it create extra complexity? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the situation is not easy. You have tariffs, but not only that, you have changing conditions all the time. And then this missing clarity we talked at the beginning is not easy at all. But our way is like focus only on electrification, don't do everything, right? And then make sure we have attractive offers in place and hold the course, don't change, right? And we are successful. I mean, last year we grew our volume by 34%, in Europe by 50%. Look, we are young, we sold 60,000 electric cars last year, so we feel we do the right things, right? And let's continue that. And the other thing which is unique about Polestar, we don't have our own factories. We work with Volvo and Geely. That's also an interesting way of running an automotive business with your strongest partners, right? So we feel we absolutely do the right things.
Okay, and when you look at technology and innovation, now you mentioned the partners in China as well, where, I mean, the biggest part of battery technology is coming from. And so what can we learn in Europe from this environment that was built up there over the last 10 years, especially in battery technology and also in the other fields?
I mean, first we need an ecosystem, right, and hold the course, right? So what China has set up the last couple of years is amazing, and 8 million people bought electric cars in China last year, right? And they don't worry about Reichweitenangst, they execute it, right? And I think we need to set up a real ecosystem, don't change it, hold the course. And a little bit to the title of our discussion is we need to compete. We need to compete. It's a global industry, it's hyper competitive. And therefore, like postponing things, questioning things, rediscussing things does not help at all. We need to compete. Also, tariffs don't help at all. Maybe for a few years, but at the end of the day, if we want to protect European automotive industry, and I hope we all want to do that, we have to compete. We have to see what the Chinese are doing, we have to see what the Americans are doing, and then we have to offer solutions which are better. And that's, I think, the mindset which needs to really come, and Europe can do it. But rediscussing, delaying, protecting, has that worked in any industry? I mean, European automotive industry is quite important, I would argue, right? And we need to really compete and make sure we have better solutions than anybody else.
But still, competition is difficult if the one part is funded by state as China is doing it. And we could say, okay, we want to do the same, but this costs quite a lot of money. So how can you solve this?
Well, back to my point, clarity. I mean, of course, we can't expect incentive from governments for everything. Yep. But even some of the local incentive programs in the markets miss clarity, right? And take Norway. Long-term view started 15 years ago, and now everybody is driving electric cars, right? So it can be done, and I don't expect that now a lot of money comes into the industry, but what I do expect is clarity, right? That we don't rediscuss every target every 3 weeks, which is not helping any consumers, and that I think is a very fair request.
Well, what can you say to all these Zulieferindustrie suppliers in Germany, which are a very important part of the German economic structure and now are suffering because they are very specialized in parts, components that are not anymore demanded in electric cars. So how what could happen with all of those companies in this transformation?
The transformation is not stoppable, and I think everybody should adjust, and everybody involved, right? Unions, politicians, because the future of mobility will be without emissions. And I think the frame in Europe till 2035 is a reasonable one, but hoping that it will not happen is not realistic. And take Polestar customers, right? So all our customers are 10 years younger than the average customer age in Europe. What does this tell us? Young people are going for emission-free mobility. So let's not hope we stop it. Let's make sure we together do the transformation as quickly as possible. Also, the others will not wait. So the real message to everybody, including us, is we have to find solution, and the sooner we come to this emission-free mobility, the better for all of us.
Okay, and last point maybe, how can electric driving get more affordable for the people? You mentioned that in the beginning this was one point of hesitation, but how is this possible?
Well, many of the responsibility is obviously with us, right? Having better offers, but also our prices are coming down a lot, right? So, I mean, if you go back a couple of years where pricing was for EVs, what cars are coming to the market, also Polestar is launching now 4 cars the next 2 years. I mean, we do a lot, and that's obviously our responsibility to make sure there are attractive offers in the market, which are not only affordable, but are even better in terms of ICE offers, right? So ICE engines. So I think that's on us.
Okay, and last point maybe, when is Polestar starting to earn money?
Well, the sooner the better, of course, right? Yeah. I mean, we're a young company. We have invested a lot in our portfolio, and therefore we go through this. But we are laser focused on electrification and mobility without emissions. And yeah, we're making progress. The sooner the better.
Okay, thank you very much for these very compromised but focused insights. Thank you, Michael Loscheller.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Dankeschön.
Das wird nicht das letzte Mal sein.
It will not be the last time today that we will talk about China. During the afternoon, we will talk about the question how the economic rivalry between China and the US will help European quantum or will impact European quantum and AI. But now we have a 25-minute coffee break at noon. We are going to resume here. And if you have not yet done it, we have a photo wall where the coffee is being served. Maybe it's also a good opportunity to test it. We will also take a picture there for ourselves. So we'll be back at noon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was the Jazz Trio 2.5 standards. Thank you so much. Your applause. Welcome back. We all know Europe must protect its supply chains, especially when it comes to critical goods, such as medication and chips. And I mean, this is nothing new, so the European Commission has already reacted and has put in place several legislative packages. But is that really enough? That is the question for our next panel. And I would like to welcome to the stage the managing online editor of Tagesspiegel, Ruth Ziesinger. And her guests, Kevin Berghoff, Richard Williams, as well as Matthias Ecke and Oliver Schenk, who will join via Zoom. Please.
Thank you very much, dear Henrike, for your kind introduction. And hello, dear guests here at the conference, and of course, welcome Kevin Berghoff and Richard Williams here in Berlin. Great to have you here, and also a heartfelt welcome to our two members of the European Parliament, Matthias Ecke and Oliver Schenk in Brussels, which can't join us because of a strike at the airport, but which are here with us digitally, and we are very grateful for that. Thank you very much. We have a very broad topic, and we have 30 minutes to discuss it, so let's jump right in. And allow me to start a question which I pose to the audience. After what you all have heard already this morning, I would like to ask you, how well, in your opinion, is Europe's industry prepared for the future? And to be more precise, has Europe learned her lessons from the collapse of entire supply chains during the corona pandemic? And is she now more resilient in critical industries like semiconductor production and pharmaceuticals? So please give us your opinion. Please use Slido for that. And you actually have a few minutes to ponder about that. Meanwhile, we will start the discussion here on the panel, and we will try to find out what can and what should be done to keep these critical industries in the EU and strengthen Europe as a sovereign continent. And I'm actually starting with you, Matthias Ecke. You're a member, as I said, of the European Parliament for the German Social Democrats. And you're also on the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, among others. So you are, of course, very familiar with legislative initiatives, which Henrike has mentioned already, and which aim to strengthen Europe's digital industry, like the CHIPS Act. And you're also from Saxony, where there is the famous Saxon Silicon Valley. And this is maybe the most important production site in Europe of the semiconductor industry. So, Matthias Ecke, give us an idea. What are the ingredients that make Silicon Saxony such a hotspot of an industry which is, in general, mostly based in Taiwan or South Korea? And what does the region need to stay ahead, so to speak?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It's kind of...
I can hear you.
Okay, I hear myself. Okay.
Oh,
I try to do it anyway, so hopefully... Okay. Yeah. we would have liked to be with you, but unfortunately, as you mentioned, the strike made it impossible. But anyway, it's important to have this discussion. We just today had the information from the. Sorry, let's try that way because I hear myself on the.
Yeah.
So what we learned from Silicon Saxony, which I think is a very important cluster, and not only in Germany but the most important semiconductor cluster all over Europe, is you cannot like a specific sector anywhere. It really requires a regional setup that you cannot make up. So what you need is, of course, you need anchor firms, you need supplier networks, you need like universities and technical schools, testing facilities, and also logistics infrastructure. And something that is quite often forgotten, you also need a public administration that is capable of coordinating complex projects. So you really rely on that knowledge spillovers, on long-standing cooperation between industry and research. So that is the basic, that is the core. And that is something that we can do from the European level. And that is supporting new investments, which on a global scale with other locations elsewhere. In this case, it's mostly in East Asia, it's in the US, and then of course public support comes in. But you cannot just like take public money and throw it on a problem and hope that everything works out well. I mean, we've also seen different outcomes of all the initiatives in Eastern Germany, from Magdeburg, where Intel unfortunately did not make the investment, and TSMC interesting where they did. Of course, the companies and their specific business models differ, but still it's well equipped, the Silicon Saxony cluster. And for us here in Brussels, we want to set we want to give enabling conditions for the sector to develop.
Well, thank you for that. I hope everybody can hear what our dear members of the EU Parliament are saying, because here at the stage the quality was at the beginning not as well, but you're all fine? Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ecke. You mentioned money, which is important, of course, and you mentioned the cooperation between research and industry, which maybe is something you, Mr. Berghoff, can talk about as well. But before we do that, let's have a look at our at your answer to my first question to you, dear guests. And actually, it seems that you are quite pessimistic. The question was, has Europe learned her lessons from the collapse of entire supply chains during the corona pandemic? And a very vast majority, 73% of you are saying no. Well, I actually hoped for a more optimistic outcome, but maybe this is going to change during the panel. Let's wait and see. Kevin Berghoff, you are the founder you are also the CEO of Quantum Diamonds, and recently a colleague of the Handelsblatt wrote that maybe Quantum Diamonds will be the next ASML. So the expectations are high, and you are still very young, 3 years. So I was wondering, your company has a product which is unique, I think. It's not only remarkable, it's really unique. And I'm simplifying it. You're developing the first commercial computer tomograph for semiconductors. And you are actually doing this in Munich. So I was wondering, maybe you also could talk a bit more about why you are actually doing this in Germany, in Europe, not in the US. And maybe you want to say a bit more about what you're actually doing,
Sure.
because my explanation maybe is not
I think it was a
enough.
very good starting point. So in the end, we built machines that can non-destructively look inside chips. And as you probably have heard, chips get more complex. So we can help the big chip makers in Asia, in the US, to help finding them defects very quickly. And this is a very new technology. It's based on quantum sensing, and we took it from the university in Munich to the fabs worldwide within 3 years, which is a super fast pace. And now the company is in a very positive situation that we work already with the big Korean and Taiwanese foundries, but we have to accelerate more. And to add to the previously heard point, I think there's no semiconductor sovereignty. So there will never be independence in Europe. There's no independence in Taiwan, in Korea, in the US. So semiconductor manufacturing is so complex that we will be dependent on other countries in any case. The same way Taiwan and the US are dependent
2 years ago. Here in the industry, I think it's at least promising.
There. What are the real problems, to be very precise, and what are the pathways that will be most effective at delivering them? And so for me, there are really three, I'll give three general things to think about and then give maybe some examples specific to pharmaceuticals. First is to really align with the stakeholders. And so I'm very glad to hear everyone talk about collaborating with industry, leveraging other industries. Let's work together to figure out the best way to achieve those goals. The reason for that, or one of the reasons for that, is to leverage the information that the industries already have, as mentioned previously. Within the pharmaceutical industries, we're already very aware of the complexity of our supply chains and of the impact of various other regulations that apply to us. So bringing in that insider experience as to why does something hurt, where are the issues, that will be very helpful in crafting policies that are really effective, right? And then the third is any new policy, think about it in the ecosystem of existing policies. It has an intent and a life cycle, but so did all the other policies that we're working with, right? Because we don't want to duplicate or put in place policies that contradict, right? Or have aims that compete in the long run.
And so, this happening quite a bit?
Well, I was going to say, I could give you an example. And so one that I would just put on the table, which may be controversial, my apologies if so, but pricing policies for medicines have a very honorable intent to ensure access to medicines and to try to have short-term cost controls. That makes perfect sense. Unfortunately, aggressive measures that drive down prices are corrosive to supply chain robustness. How do you maintain multiple suppliers? How do I maintain spare facilities? How do I maintain stuff that I don't need right now if I'm under tremendous cost pressure? So great intentions that conflict. So how do we manage through to the holistic solution?
Yeah. Mr. Schenk, you want to answer to that directly?
Yes, in terms of pharmaceuticals, we face really big challenges in Europe. Yes, if I look, we all saw it during the pandemic, the shortages, but it's even more. I worked in the Federal Ministry of Health 10 years ago. At this time, we had in Germany about 50 shortages. Today, we are up to 500 only in Germany. So, what is Europe doing? It's a typical reaction. Yes, we start a law. Yeah, it's a Critical Medicine Act. Yeah, so it's I don't want to say that it's not the right way, but we should also look to the market. Yes, we could solve this problem by using the price mechanism, as just mentioned. Yes, and this is one of our problems in Europe, and that we always try to regulate. We create new bureaucracy instead to trust a little bit more in the market. And therefore, we will still face these things, but we have to understand that when we want to introduce the new technologies, if we want to go for new innovations, and we are still one of the places in the world where we have the best research infrastructure. Yes, we have very good university clinics, research institutes. Many of these innovations we are now using in the world are coming from Europe, but we want to bring them here in Europe to the market. And therefore, we should lift the ban on going to the market, looking on the financial situation. I had a meeting some months ago with the big US biotech companies, and it was really frustrating to listen to them. They all listen at NASDAQ, they have thousands of people, they have a turnover with billions, yes, and they saw my face, whoa. And in the end they said, don't be so pessimistic, Mr. Schenk. We can tell you that all the ideas of our companies, or most of the ideas, are coming from Europe. You only have to use your own ideas, make them big in Europe. So, and this is what is on stage now. And I think we learned this lesson, and now we are working on these things. This will not happen tomorrow and next month, but when we continue this way, I think we already really have the chance to come back also in different markets, and especially in the pharmaceutical market, that we will be back there also as one of the leading player.
Mr. Berghoff, your industry is full of innovation, and it's also changing at a breathtaking speed. Now the talk was about how legislation sometimes is slowing down innovation. Is this something you are experiencing as well? And what would you say about the background for more competitiveness and innovation, which is given in Europe?
So I think what I just heard, I heard it a couple of times in the past month. So everyone wants, but nobody can take action. And I think this is a huge problem. So we are, and I think this is public, part of the European Chips Act proposal stage. So we are discussing with the German government, the Bavarian government, with the European Commission to get support to be faster. And I think we have support everywhere, but nobody can take action. And if I hear now there's a Chips Act 2.0 that is designed, and I hear that there's a 1 or 2 year design period, and then there's a 3 to 5 year period for R&D work, and you can only commercialize in 2030. And if I put this into perspective with what Jensen Huang of NVIDIA showcased last night in the US, it's two different worlds. It's European legislation versus the speed with which AI and the AI chips are developing. It's fundamentally different. It's on a completely different level. And I think everyone has understood the problem, but the core question to me is, who can take action?
All right. Matthias Ecke, do you have an idea? Who can take action?
Yes. Well, I think these are like a bit different things when we talk about. I absolutely agree with what Kevin said about the timeframes of the notifications of the administrative acts that are necessary to put funding into action. Because this is something that we hear from the industry all over the place. It's just too slow. That it takes like 1 or 2 years sometimes to have a notification for an important project of common interest in IPSAI, which is one of the most important funding instruments in high-tech sectors, and which is basically like 4 generations of ChatGPT or whatever. So it needs to be faster. In the same time, I think I have a bit of bad news because we just received a few hours ago the information from the Commission that they postponed their proposal on CHIPS Act 2 because they probably need more deliberation time within the Commission. So it will be published by the end of May, not by mid of April, as we had expected, which I think is unfortunate because I think we really need to speed up also in legislation. But what we need to do in legislation is to design it in a way that makes its application easy. But let me add one idea on that. As a parliamentarian, I'm also a member of the budget committee. You're also always, as long as public money is involved, you always want to see what is really the outcome. You want to scrutinize it, and this is where like the trade-off comes in. Yeah. On the one hand, I see this the demand from the sector. In the USA, we get tax credits. It's all very easy. What about Europe? It's very complicated. This is true. We have to do something about it. On the other hand, as a legislator in the public interest, you also want to see what is the effects of the money that you spend. So, but this is the part about funding, about subsidies and so on. The part about regulation is something different, and I think that we also need some trust in the sector, and we need that what the public is interested in new application needs to be regulated in a proper way. But one last idea, of course, we also have high-risk applications, for example, in the AI industry. You just had probably heard about this tremendous conflict between the Pentagon and Anthropic, where it is about which kind of applications can be used by the military, even though they are not completely proof. And then we see that there's the decision of the company not to give it for military means. But in Europe, we have also the AI Act that says there are certain high-risk applications that have specific regulations. And I think this is something that we need to
All right, thank you. Well, we have only 1 minute left, and actually I want to give the last word to you, Richard Williams. And I just want to come back to this term of sovereignty we talked before, and which is also the title of our panel. Since sovereignty doesn't work, and your company actually has, like, you're in more than 100 countries, so you're very diversified, I suppose. What kind of diversification is for European approach? What kind of diversification is the most intelligent in a world which is so unpredictable as it is ours right now?
So I think, as mentioned, there are already many strengths here. High technical capabilities, rule of law, some predictability. That's all very helpful. Those are all things to leverage. I think as well, something that Europe has done well in the environmental space is to provide some clarity and some frameworks that then the rest of the world follows. So like CSRD, based on existing models, helped drive internal mechanisms that allow us to then report essentially the same information to California, to South Korea, to other jurisdictions. In leading the way and providing a pathway, others can leverage that, which is actually very useful. It's much easier to respond to one system than to respond to a whole global array of systems from a regulatory viewpoint. So as much standardization, harmonization, kind of going back to that policy ecosystem that I mentioned, as much as you can drive clarity there, that's very helpful.
All right, so clarity would be your point you're making. Well, dear ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we didn't have much time. We had a broad topic that was, well, maybe some appetizers for further discussion. Thank you very much, Richard Williamson, Kevin Berghoff, Matthias Enke, and Oliver Schenk for being with us here today. And thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen, for your interest. And, well, I think this is the time now to give over to my great colleague, Maria. Thank you very much.
Wie wird Europa souveräner? Müssen wir überhaupt souveräner werden?
How does Europe become more sovereign? Do we have to become more sovereign? We have shown several angles for this topic, but let us think bigger for once. How can we in Europe become the number one, the global leader? And this is a question which we want to look at in the field of medicine and health. and we are very happy that Gunnar Göppel, editor of Tagesspiegel, will do it with the European Commissioner for Health and Animal Welfare, Oliver Vanelli. He would have wanted to be here, but at this point the strike of the Berlin airport is an issue, but we had the possibility to register a talk. It is a bit shorter than the other panels you have been observing live, but we are very happy that we have a very fruitful discussion on life sciences between Gunnar Göppel and Oliver Vanelli, Commissioner for Health and Animal Welfare in Europe. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Vanelli, thank you for being here today. Welcome to our conference, Europe 2026, Europe Forward, Shaping a New Era, and thank you for being here virtually. Last year, the European Commission presented several proposals for healthcare reforms, for instance, the Critical Medicines Act, the Biotech Act, the simplification of the medical device regulation, and the Safe Hearts Plan. How do these interact?
Well, I think if you want to start from the bigger picture, what you see is that currently the European healthcare system is at a crossroads. Is at the crossroads because of the major technological development that we are witnessing, and it is also at a crossroad when it comes to the fundamental survival of the European healthcare system as we know it, the public healthcare system, if you wish. The European healthcare system is based on two principles. One is that we should always ensure the best available therapy for our patients. And the second is that we should provide this for the entirety of our population. So do it on a universal basis. That makes Europe unique. But we also see all the public health problems we see. We see that the population is still suffering mainly from chronic diseases. We all see the financial and economic difficulties around the health budgets. So now is the moment to try to find a solution how to continue to ensure that our patients will still get the best available therapies, and maybe they can get it even faster than they get it today. So the whole package that you have seen emerging is an answer to that. My conviction is that we need to use innovation to make the European public health system survive. Innovation meaning to make innovation faster in Europe, resulting faster in treatments, and to make sure that with the global challenges we also face, that they will continue to be innovated in Europe, that they will continue to be tested in Europe, and they will be continued to be manufactured in Europe. Because this is the guarantee that our patients will continue to enjoy the latest available therapies always. And if you look at the proposals, we are trying to put regulatory but also economic incentives into that direction, so to ensure availability and treatment for our patients, while we also want to anchor Europe as still the leading in healthcare innovation and industry.
All of these initiated procedures still need to be finalized. The healthcare industry is already feeling the pressure of global competition, for example, due to tariffs, conflicts, and competition from Asia. How long will it take till Europe's competitiveness as a business location will improve noticeably?
First of all, we have two challenges. The first one is not a new one. We have seen this also emerging during the COVID crisis, which has got to do with the very stretched and long value chains that our healthcare system is relying on. And we have seen the problems of critical medicines not available on our markets. So the first challenge is to bring these value chains closer to Europe, maybe back to Europe. So bring production back to Europe of key critical medicines. This is why we proposed first the Critical Medicines Act, to create the right markets for these products, but also to create the opportunity to bring back the production so that we control our value chains. The second global challenge is what you have mentioned under US competition. I would say it's a challenge not only in terms of tariffs, it's also a global competition to continue to preserve an industry which we share with the United States. You cannot separate out European companies because, from US-based companies, because they're both present in the US and in Europe. So it is a value in itself, this shared value chain. But if we want to make sure that we continue to enjoy their innovation and their products, we have to give them an opportunity to continue to invest in Europe and continue to manufacture in Europe. This is why, if you look at the proposals we made, including the medical device regulation, is a clear offer to this industry. It's an offer of cost reductions, it's an offer of economic incentives, and it's an offer of economic promotion, if you will. Look at the Critical Medicines Act. We deploy very clear state aid facilitation rules to bring the production back. Look at the Biotech Act. We offer an extension of patent protection for the most advanced biotechnological products. Look at also the Biotech Act. What you see there is that we are cutting back our red tape when it comes to clinical trials, because we want clinical trials to be done in Europe. We want Europe to be much more competitive in clinical trials. That is the anchor for the availability of products. And if you look at the medical device regulation, you see that we have made a cost cut of 3 billion euros a year for the entire industry. This is money they don't have to spend. This is money that will increase directly their global competitiveness. If you ask me, my personal educated guess is that we are cutting back costs roughly and providing economic incentives roughly in the region of 20–25%. This is largely comparable, if not more interesting, I think, if you compare that with the tariffs, for example. So we want this package to be understood also this way.
There have been repeated shortages of medicines in recent years. As you just mentioned, the Commission wants to counteract this with the Critical Medicines Act. Maybe you could go a bit more into detail. What are the key mechanisms for improving the resilience of supply chains and production in Europe?
First of all, we see that a large number of medicinal products, but also active substances, are no longer produced in Europe. They are produced in mainly China and India, and in a very limited number of factories. If we want to make sure that when the next crisis hits us, we will have availability, we have to make sure that we can manufacture these products. So what we have put forward are two basic tools. One is to bring the production back, providing more flexible state aid rules, meaning that those investments coming back should enjoy a state aid much easier and faster in the European Union than before. And we also provide the status of strategic investments to these projects, meaning that they should also be benefiting from cutting red tape. I'll give you one example. We have made it very clear in our proposal that we want all the authorization procedures necessary for establishing the manufacturing site, including the environmental authorizations, to be done in 90 days, 90 days. This should be a very clear incentive. It is also clear that we have a different cost level than what you have in China or India. So we're not imposing this as an obligation, but we try rather to create incentives. But if this is still not interesting enough, then we have the candidate countries, which are also in Europe and who are participating in our value chains already and who will become members of the European Union. So they should be able to apply our rules already now. If they do that, they can immediately join the single market in that regard. So if they bring production to the Western Balkans, for example, and they start the production according to our rules and they apply our rules, they can already be part of the single market for medicinal products. So this is the Critical Medicines Act providing this possibility to bring the production back. The other tool, very important one, is to create the markets, because what we see is that we sometimes we have, or most of the times, we have a market failure. So we have markets which are not big enough, and companies are concentrating on markets that are big enough for them to make it economically viable. So now with the joint procurement, we try to create markets that make it economically viable for the companies to supply the member states who are facing problems of access.
Commissioner, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Liebes Publikum, jetzt sind Sie wieder gefragt.
Yeah, audience, now you are on again. We would like to ask you a question. We are interested to know what the biggest challenges from your point of view in terms of competitiveness of the EU. That we have prepared another Slido survey. It's always the same with the QR code. You know it by now.
Dann müsste jetzt gleich wieder
And now we should have the word cloud. If you enter your terms, can also be sector specific. So there are some buzzwords which have been in the media, the red tape costs, energy costs, so that are the classics, so pace, speed, bureaucracy is getting bigger here on the list. We wait for another moment, because then you will be asked once more what you mean by bureaucracy. So bureaucracy, who in this room mentioned bureaucracy? Would you be ready to briefly make a statement on that? On bureaucracy, why you mentioned bureaucracy? You raised your hand.
Vielleicht einmal kurz aus Ihrem Bereich, warum Sie jetzt gerade Bürokratie.
Tell us why bureaucracy is important in your sector. Well, certainly, I think this is something which is very central now in Brussels. How can we have the debureaucratization that's in many areas, and many stakeholders work on it in Brussels? The Commission has already started to go into this direction, also with the support of the Parliament. From which do you come from? I come from research. I represent the Helmholtz community in Brussels. There's a lot of bureaucracy in research as well, I suppose. It was very exciting to look into mindsets. We think that our mindsets are the biggest challenge here in this room, or also whoever wants to explain what he mentioned and why he mentioned it. And do we have any volunteers? We do not force anybody.
Ja. Ja.
Okay.
Da habe ich jetzt noch gar nicht hingeschaut.
I didn't look in this direction, sorry.
Ein schöner typischer deutscher Begriff, nicht-tarifäre Handelshemmnisse.
Non-tariff trade impediments, so the completion of the internal market as a prerequisite to leverage our products vis-à-vis China and USA. So all fragmented regulations under the topic of red tape, where others have a scalability advantage. These are the typical examples which you can see. You want to have a concrete example, okay. Well, data privacy implementation was one. We have tax policies which are difficult, and so that's how you can see, so different fiscal policies in the EU countries. But all areas in which we have a national adaptation or national independent legislation, and where we have incremental costs because of that. So it can be democracy adaptation costs, bureaucracy adaptation costs, where others do not have these hurdles and can escalate quicker. Thank you very much. I think this also refers to what the 28th regime is supposed to be, the new form for startups where only one set of rules will apply. I suppose this goes in the same direction, so one approach to do it better. So risk averse also goes towards mindset, risk aversity. Who would like to comment on risk aversity? Why did you mention risk aversity? Show your hands, please. Who used risk aversity, please? Yes, go ahead.
Oder so.
Yeah, can throw it or give it.
Das Wort war von mir. Ich denke,
so this was mentioned by me. So the mindset, we know how the Americans think. They always think in terms of opportunities, never in terms of risk. And we Germans, we think of risks and then of business models.
Das wurde jetzt wirklich geworfen.
This was thrown. It is a throw, Mike. I didn't see this coming. But maybe you can give us a concrete example, and the mic goes back.
Deswegen, ich wollte eine Nachfrage stellen.
I wanted to ask another question, that's why.
Ja, konkretes Beispiel ist einfach,
concrete example is simply
Venture Capital. Also wir
Venture
sind
Capital.
Sehr schwach aufgestellt.
We have a very weak positioning of Venture Capital. We are short of Venture Capital to scale. And that we have problems, I would say, to develop scalable business models. We are very strong in technology, but not in the economic points.
Das ist ja auch fangen musste ich auch noch üben.
I will be a professional catcher in my next life. So not enough cooperation and fragmentation. This also fits what you said, so that Europe must come together, must grow together, so that there's not so much of national thinking. So this seems to be another hindrance perceived, and so I would say.
Eine Wortmeldung wäre noch schön, fände ich.
So another comment would be nice, I think. Yeah, we had more.
Soll ich werfen?
Shall I throw?
Ja, Teamarbeit.
Teamwork or not?
Ich glaube, aus einer anderen Perspektive,
seen from a different perspective. Nobody knows what Europe is. Does it have to do with borders, with values, with history? And what is around is rather weak and is getting weaker. That is a big hindrance. It is unclear what the European identity actually is. What would be your answer? It is a community of values, in my view. It has nothing to do with passports, with laws, or with borders, but simply it has to do with the fact that you believe in things, and Europe would have so much which would be good for Europe, but also good for the problems we currently have, whether it's climate change or whatever. And these values have a lot to do with unity, diversity, so team spirit, we stick together. That humanism, that's typically European, so that's also savoir vivre, quality of life. We are the best club in the world.
Das hat zu Recht Applaus verdient.
This deserves your applause. I think this was nice input. Thank you for having participated in this way. Maybe one or the other statements will be taken up by the next panel or will play a part in the next panel, because we want to ask ourselves, how can Europe be rebuilt with economic strength by becoming more competitive? And now, for the next panel, I would like to welcome Anja Wähler-Schöck. She's a member of the editorial board of Tagesspiegel, and her guests on the panel are Kerstin Jona, Patrick Wanderloo, and Moritz Schularik. Thank you very much. Big applause.
a very warm welcome. We will switch to English now. And I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome you to this panel. Until about 2 weeks ago, hopes were high that this year might bring a decisive turning point for European economic policy. Momentum was building around the implementation of the Draghi report, the landmark blueprint that laid out a bold agenda for closing Europe's competitiveness gap with the US and China, and for mobilizing the investments needed to secure Europe's technological and industrial future. But now Europe is scrambling to anticipate the shocks that the European and the global economy are likely facing due to the Iran war. Against this new backdrop, I am absolutely excited to discuss the rebuilding of Europe's economic strength and the European competitiveness gap with this phenomenal panel. Allow me to welcome Kerstin Jona, who works for the European Commission in Brussels. She's the Director General for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship, and SMEs. To my very right, Moritz Schularik is the president of the Kiel Institute for the World Economy. He's also a professor of economics at Kiel University, as well as at my alma mater, Sciences Po in Paris. Patrick van der Loo is the country president of Pfizer in Germany, and he has been with Pfizer for almost 30 years and has held positions there pretty much all around the world. Welcome, Patrick. So, Moritz, to start us off, could you set the scene for us? Are the repercussions from the Iran war the big game changer that might derail Europe's hope for economic recovery and strengthening its competitiveness?
I mean, first of all, what happens in Iran is a business cycle shock. It's a price shock that, Europe is an energy importer that makes us poorer, and that will cost us. It's clearly a war that we haven't started. We haven't been asked whether we want to have it, but we're paying the cost now, which I think is one of the big issues that Europe is facing in this new world economy that is I would say that there's at least two gorillas in the world economy that no longer want to play by the rules that we had actually agreed upon, and Europe is not in the best position to deal with this less, or should I say, no longer rule-bound global economy, in the sense that our processes are far too long. We can't agree even on essential things like supporting Ukraine or releasing the much-needed funds. So I would say, to start with, this new world we're going into is not one in which Europe's tasks have become easier. And our equipment, especially on the sort of EU27 Brussels level to deal with that, is, if anything, shrinking and not growing. So I think if we talk about defense, if we talk about the necessary things we have to do to make sure that we're not, like as Marcani said in Davos, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And right now, Europe is more often on the menu than at the table. We'll have to think about more flexible arrangements that allow us to make progress in things like, in issues like defense or a deepening political and political integration. I think the old idea of a core Europe and sort of variable geometry, some countries going ahead, in my view, has become more important rather than less important.
Kerstin Jona, if you could take us to Brussels, what are you currently discussing in terms of measures to soften the blow that might be a fallout of the Iran war?
Actually, good morning. I would like to start with a picture. Gulliver in the land of Lilliput. Gulliver, strong, beautiful, but still tied down by 1,000 and more strings and not being able to get up. And that's the point for the single market in Europe, actually. It's strong. We have all it takes. We're an 18 trillion economy. US is 24, China 18-ish. So, yes, we have what it takes, but we are tied down. And what we need is for this Gulliver to stand up, because as long as you lie on the ground, you're trampled over. So, how to stand up? This is not the Iran war only. I mean, this is a lesson we've learned ever since COVID, because we have supply chains that go across the single market. The single market is not the sum of 27 economies. It's single, and it has to be single, but then it's the 18 trillion. And this is what increasingly we see. So we are removing the barriers, and maybe I can say a word later on that. We are creating the business case, and we are making the business case happen. Because in these 18 trillion, what we are trying to do is to decarbonize and to make more resilient, have supply chains that are resilient, avoid situations where when China says, I have no magnets for you, there is panic in something like 30% of our GDP. So, and we have to continue building that and making that happen, which means making investment case, making business case, which is about inputs, which is energy and raw materials, which is about technology. It's everything we do on the research, new innovations. It's about access to capital, access to skills, and access to market. So working around these 5 points to create resilient and sustainable business cases in Europe, whether it's producing magnets, whether it's recycling magnets in Europe, whether it's building that renewable energy system, including intermittency, including batteries that it takes, being on top of that, and we're gradually building that out, and Critical Raw Materials Act, Net Zero Industry Act, Accelerator Act, Competitiveness Fund, they're all tools where we try to address the problems at the 18 trillion level and not everybody in their corner. And okay, sometimes it takes a bit longer to decide, sometimes it's slightly watered down until we get there, but still the direction is very clear, and that's what you see for investors. Because the inflow, I mean, it's still steady, and our role, I mean, our part in the global economy is also staying more or less stable. So we just have to play it in a different way and in a better way.
So, Patrick, if we stay with Kerstin's image of Gulliver being tied down, do you feel tied down in Europe?
Look, we work with relatively long cycles, right? I think a lot of investments we've seen in the last couple of years are the result of 10, 15 years of deliberations and the way that things are moving forward. But reality is Europe is losing momentum when you compare it to the two major competitors in the healthcare space, which is the US and China. Europe's share in clinical trials in 10 years' time has gone down from 22 to 12%. That's still 36 billion euros, and you heard the commissioner talk that this is something that we can build on. But just, you know, when you look at what that means, I think the Biotech Act, what Europe is trying to do, is a really good step. From an implementation perspective on intellectual property, the speeding up of clinical trials, I think that's all very, very positive. But the reality is, through the cost containment measures, you have to look at which markets are attractive, what percentage of GDP per capita is being spent on healthcare, which is, whether we like it or not, the reality when we look at the US, which has this very strong America first and most favored nation policy, but also China, which has really said, okay, healthcare and life sciences is a strategic priority for us. And what you see now is that in our industry, when you look at innovation, about a third of the new innovative medicines that are now being developed already come from China, and that's accelerating further and further. So the Gulliver piece is definitely true. We look at it as 27 fragmented markets, but I think there is an opportunity for Europe to get back on top if we implement uniformly and don't try to find individual country solutions for everything, which is, I think, from an industry perspective, the biggest fear, because we don't want to follow what happened with the generics industry, where you heard there are 500 critical medicines that are not available right now. We have beautiful companies, even in Germany, even in Berlin, that provide generic medicines, but they're too expensive for the German market, so they supply to Poland and other countries. It makes zero sense. So I think we have an opportunity in the innovative space, but it needs to act as one.
Moritz Schularek, I listened to a podcast that you recently did with Anne Will, and you said, we're the best at technologies of the last century. And if you look back at the last century, Germany and Europe were hubs of innovation. And now this hub seems to have shifted to the US, to China increasingly. Did Europe suffocate its innovation?
Yeah, I mean, the second half of the sentence was we're the best at the technologies of the last century, but no longer the best of the technologies of this century. And I think that's at the heart of the European growth problem. It's at the heart of the European, also the German, so the crisis of the German economic model is that we've just lost touch with the technological frontier in large areas. Even in areas like robotics, we're now looking where Germany used to be a leader for the last few decades. We're now looking at what's happening in China. We can't believe how good and how fast the developments there have been. So yes, I think the diagnosis is there. I have the hope that the catching up with the technological frontier can happen if we, especially if we do what we need to do to live in peace and security in Europe and take that seriously. Because if you think about what we need to be to live in security in Europe as Europeans over the next decade or two, you're talking about satellite constellations, you're talking about space capabilities, you're talking about autonomous systems, you're talking about artificial intelligence, you talk about advanced software to make sense of all these data that are out there. The good news is that we have, I mean, it's bad news, but it's also good news that Europe has woken up in the sense that we're going to spend a lot more on investing in our security and investing in our capabilities there. And I hope we can use these substantial funds to bridge the gap and unleash the innovation and catch up with the technological frontier that we've lost touch with. Just give you one number, you know, economists are always there for the numbers on panels. So last year, 2025, if you add up what the European nations spend on defense, you end up with the incredible number of 550 billion euros. The US spent about 900 billion. Europe already spent 60% of what the US spends on defense. And now ask yourself, what do we get in return? Do we have 60% of the US capabilities? No, we have a fraction. And the truth is, at the heart of European, and I mean, Commissioner Kubilius was there, and I think he does a fantastic job in pushing that agenda. At the heart of what we do right now in European defense is a grotesque inefficiency that we do everything at 27. We have, you know, I mean, we don't want to talk about just about this issue, but we have the opportunity to turn what we need to do to live in security into also a technological game changer, because the areas where we've fallen behind in the civil sector are the areas where we need to catch up now.
Mm-hmm. Sure, please.
I'd like to make one comment on that. True, you have to be at the frontier, but you also have to be able to deploy it. And that is where we have still, you know, a very strong industry where we can deploy, and this is where we have to take the frontier. It's not about the frontier only, it's also how you get from the frontier to actually mainstream and deploying it in our processes. Robots in Europe, automated driving in Europe, these are the areas. Automated, for example, we just brought out our maritime industry strategy. Our exclusive economic zone is 4 times our land zone. What do we do to manage that economic exclusive zone? Very little, although we have huge assets there. We have energy assets, we have telecom assets, plus all the fish, and we need to take care of that, which means actually patrolling on the cables, which means being able to repair a cable when, again, it's broken. That requires drones, that requires new technology to actually assess, automate it, to be able to move, and that's a very concrete deployment case. So it's also about the deployment from the frontier.
Mm-hmm. Quick follow-up to you, Moritz Schularik. What makes you confident that Europe has not missed the window? For example, if you look at dependencies when it comes to rare earth or to digital technologies, what makes you confident that Europe can actually become a strong competitor again?
Question for me?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay. So I think if you look at sort of the human capital, if you look at our technological capabilities, I think with the right model, with the right scale, and with the right setups, the financing, I think in many of these areas is a problem of scale more than general availability. We've been talking about the Capital Markets Union for 15 years now, and we're still not there. We're talking, there's an Italian bank that wants to take over a German bank, and all of a sudden it's a drama because, in the end, this is about scale and the European market. So there are all these impediments, but I think in terms of the potential, we're there. Obviously, we have an issue on the industrial value chains with the dependencies that have emerged in the last 20 years, especially on China. I think those can be managed. I don't think that rare earths are in a way of our let's call it the development of our space capabilities. To give one example, this is always the number that got me into shaking my head. If you look at what Starlink has cost, and we all understand now that sort of these near-Earth communication systems are central for managing, like with low latency, what's going on in everywhere, in security terms, in autonomous systems. If you look at what it has cost to set up Starlink, we're talking about, and this is for a German audience, I'm not even mentioning the Hauptbahnhof in Stuttgart. What Starlink has cost is less than the additional train tunnel we're currently planning between Munich East Station and Munich Central Station. It's really no longer a question of money. It was roughly 10 billion. If you look at the increase alone in German defense spending, it's about 100 billion a year. I'm not saying we have to build 10 Starlinks a year, but the money is no longer about inputs, it's really about the outputs. And I think if we now start thinking in terms of scalability, if we think about using this money that's available for technological, for R&D investment, maybe another number, I'm doing the economist thing here. So and I give you the German numbers, but everyone's increasing. Germany is going to have a defense budget of roughly 150 billion a year. If we do what the US does, namely spend about 10% of this on research and development, there's an R&D budget out of the defense budget alone of 15 billion a year. That's about 7 times the annual budget of the Max Planck Society, which is the German academic society that wins Nobel Prizes, does nuclear fusion and astrophysics. So I think we really need to focus now the debate on how do we've mobilized the money, especially for security. How do we make maximum obviously, what we need is security, but how do we spend that money in a way that also mobilizes the economic and technological potential? So I think I'm hopeful there that actually things fall together if we spend it right.
Mm-hmm. Patrick van der Loo, do you share this optimism? Some of the things that we've heard have been around for many years. It was very clear from the poll that my colleagues just took that bureaucracy is seen as one of the main impediments to growth and competitiveness in Europe. It's nothing new. It has been a complaint against the EU for years and years. Do you see momentum that Europe is actually willing to overcome national interests and move forward in this regard?
Jein. I'm in Germany for a year. That would be my answer. I think I do see it. Look, we're an industry that invests back 25% of our revenues in research and development, right? And I think there's a value chain that we need to support. And that value chain starts with the great innovation. You mentioned Max Planck. I think, again, going back to China, when you look at Nature's list of scientific institutions, the top 10, Max Planck has been there forever. It was a mixture of European and American institutions. In the latest publication, 9 out of 10 are Chinese, right? And I think what they're doing really well is not just this basic research, but that translation, and a gentleman from Helmholtz earlier made, I think, a comment about that translation from research also to development, to get the money, really to make sure that you can do the development in Germany properly, because that again then creates in the infrastructure for us the opportunity to do further clinical trials. That again creates jobs in manufacturing. That again creates this whole life cycle that works forward. So I think foundationally in what Europe is trying to do is correct, as long as it gets implemented uniformly and we don't get, and I'm going to steal this from you, this Gulliver tie-down methodology. So really.
So what we see is that Europe is losing a lot of its human capital, that actually people who are trained and do research in Europe then move to other parts, the US, for example, to actually implement the work. How can Europe do a better job to retain or regain its human capital?
Well, what I heard from Max Planck is actually now with the current Minister of Health in the US, that the flow is a little bit the other way around, and American scientists actually are coming to Europe and also to Germany to do work. So I think that opportunity really is there. And I think especially now, I think the US is an American company here, but the US is in a relatively weaker position compared to Europe when I think about the opportunity that we currently have. As long as we manage intellectual property correctly, as long as we have the Environmental Protections Act properly implemented, as long as we really understand that it's the entire value chain and you cannot, through cost containment on one side, say, we're not valuing innovation, and on the other side ask us to invest and innovate in a market. So I think you need to decide what you want, really.
Castiglione, building on environmental protections and other regulations that the EU has taken, in addition to the internal impediments that we see, we also see increasing external pressures regarding regulations that the EU has passed, ranging from digital platforms to forestry. What can the EU do to withstand these external pressures, and how do you find the right balance of letting go of regulations that are obstacles and those that are necessary?
Let me be the lawyer here, and Moritz is the economist. Delors, when he invented the single market, the sales pitch was to say, in order to have a single market, we need one law that replaces 27 or 15, whatever it was at the time, 12, I think. So regulation at EU level is not bad per se. However, what went wrong is that member states, because they didn't trust each other, they said, you have to regulate every single bit in that legislation. My very first job in the Commission was Television Without Frontiers Directive, where nobody trusted Luxembourg and the UK, because they were the first to have satellites. And so we negotiated a very complicated safeguard clause. And then we negotiated a safeguard clause on the safeguard clause. That made it complicated. And then 30 years, we have legislated in this way. What is more, in the environment area and health area, and member states can actually go above that single law, because it's called minimum harmonization. So we've filled our regulatory piece with a lot of regulation, which was all based on kind of lack of trust between member states. Never did we take the perspective of the companies, because it was about between member states. And although the court, because the idea that Mr. Delors had came from the court, which said mutual recognition. Once legally put on the market anywhere in the single market, we can trust that legislation so that good can circulate freely. That idea, which is called mutual recognition, has been pretty much forgotten. We regulated it away, and then we added the layer of national regulations on top of these regulations. And we never thought about implementation, Verwaltungsvollzug, because there was a clear split. We regulate at EU level, member state implement. And, you know, we've doubled in member states with different administrative cultures, so it means today a package coming in via a platform, and you know we have 4 billion per year of these little parcels, nobody controls what's in there because we have not organized the implementation part. And in the area of IP, for example, that creates huge problems because there's no enforcement. There's no strict enforcement of this, and that of course undercuts the business case of those who produce according to the rules. So there are two things that I take away now for the work that we have to do is remove the stupid barriers. We've called them the terrible 10 barriers. They are legal, but they are still stupid. So in the terrible 10, you have like national labeling on top of EU labeling and 27 labelings. I have a little toy elephant in my room, which is this size, and the label is 5 times the size of the, because everything that is stupid, that does not create the scale for the business case. And we have to work on organizing ourselves better when it comes to implementation. And the first thing to organize is a conversation between customs and market surveillance. It doesn't take place today because customs even speak a different language This is a different language for customs and market surveillance. And that's what we want to do with our Product Act, to organize in a better way. And it means taking the law, which was only about regulation, to the next level, which is regulation and implementation. And of course, it's a bit intrusive with the member states, but technology now provides us with the possibility to actually be much smarter about all of this. And what we have to do eventually is to protect the business case, the good business case in Europe.
I'd like to open up for a few questions. If you are interested in asking a question to one of our panelists, please raise your hands. There's one. Please quickly introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Vitali Winter. I have a question to Herr Leo. You mentioned 25% of investments. Are those investments go to the low-hanging fruits, or some of them take in perspective niches as longevity, which is predictably 40 billion market in the future? Does Pfizer has ambitions to be part of that market, or we still gonna miss the possibility and China gonna take over? Thank you.
If I understand the question correctly, it's about where we focus, right? Yes, we are part of that market. We have made certain investment in companies in that space. I'm not here to advertise what we do, but I think key is that, you know, our company decides based on what it sees in the mid to long term where the opportunities from a business perspective are. And that goes for country, and that goes for therapeutic areas specifically where we operate. If I can use it also to make a very quick statement, that I am positive, because I think we've seen during the pandemic, we were the company that collaborated with BioNTech to bring a vaccine to market from start to finish in 9 or 10 months, right? I think these types of developments are possible very quickly, but we also saw that afterwards we drifted, when the pandemic was over, we drifted back in the old bureaucracy and Gulliver was tied down again, right? So I think Europe really, it has the brains, it has the skill set, it has the talent to do these types of developments for large corporations together in collaboration with the European government.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
So I see 3 here. Yeah. Let's take them one after the other. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Max Blinzener. I've got one question to Mr. Skularik. You talked about a principle of strategic efficiency, I would call it. Could you elaborate further on how that principle applies to healthcare in special?
Why don't you pass it to your neighbor?
Hi. Yes, there you go. Thank you, Thomas Schneider. My question refers to Mrs. Jorna and Professor Schularik. As I remember, following the European finance and economic crisis in 2008-2009, the analysis was that the German industrial base proved to be an anchor point for the recovery. And following this recognition and analysis, the European Commission had issued a reindustrialization strategy. My question to you, are the effects of the reindustrialization strategy now gone lost? Or what is still remaining in order to assist the recovery now and becoming more competitive? Thank you.
Okay, so Moritz Schularik, up to you to forge the answers to these 2 questions into a very brief closing statement.
Happy to try at least. So let me phrase it this way. We talk a lot about economic security, about coercion, and I think we see in daily practice, that was your opening question, and we see it also in the pharmaceutical space, of course, to what extent we've become dependent on others. And we use the word economic security, but I think we should be honest. We're not worried about being blackmailed by Mexico. We're not worried about being blackmailed by Indonesia. It's all about the US and China. And I think for me, and this is sort of the amalgamated answer to your question, the big question going forward for Europe in terms of strategic sort of efficiency is, does that external pressure that we face now, Europe is alone in the world. Now, for the first time since the European Union was founded, Europe is alone. And I think we need to really wake up to that reality. We have always been able to sail in the shadow of the US under its security umbrella. That is largely gone, and it will not come back. And on the other side, there's a very strong industrial competitor that now is in the pharmaceutical space, but also in the classic industrial space, machinery, robotics, is basically competing at the very heart of the northern industrial growth model that was, as you said, helped Europe weather the last crisis or come out of it. So I think the core question we have to ask is, will this external pressure, which is a new situation for Europe, create enough energy for Europe to unite and find common answers to how do we deal with the Chinese industry, how do we deal with the security threat, or the lack of security guarantees that we're now having on the other side of the Atlantic. So that's my thinking. Will Europe realize it's alone, and will that external pressure create the impetus to come closer together? And this was my opening statement, I think it's still true. We've done it with the euro. The euro is not EU 27 project. It's less, and I think we'll have to have the same, like the countries who want to go ahead and build that critical mass so that Europe can face and mount these external challenges will have to come together. As much as I hate it for sort of the overall integrity of the legal framework of everything, but I think we don't have the time to wait for 27.
Okay, well, thank you very much for this strong appeal to all of us. I'd like to thank our panelists, Moritz Scholarik, Patrick van der Loo, Kerstin Jana. Thank you all for listening, and over to our two charming moderators. Thank you very much.
Liebes Publikum, bevor wir Sie in die Mittagspause...
Dear audience, before you go to the lunch break, we have a little surprise. We would like to point out to the photo exhibition in room number 3, and so that this does not stay with this short remark, I would like to ask the co-curator Sebastian Stricker, and he will tell you what F12 means, and also many exciting other points. We have certainly a throwing mic for Sebastian. Here it comes. So I will do a catching workshop for my next presentation. So the title is correct. So it is to be an invitation not to be sorry for being concerned about Europe, but it is a comment and it is a decision in favor of Europe. It is like the decision that the European feeling is for the feeling for Europe is like the feeling you have for your favorite song or for the evening with friends. If that is the feeling you associate with Europe, then it is good for us. And this is all based on this magazine. With the idea that this narrative for Europe, this feeling for Europe cannot be imposed from above. It must come from below. And this is what we try with the magazine. We collect stories, photos, we do essays, interviews, which show this story of Europe. The photo exhibition is at the back. And we also have magazines left, so if you want, I will be pleased to meet you. Thank you, Sebastian.
Genau. Noch ein kurzer Hinweis, falls es noch
Just one brief information. It was a lot of pictures have been shot, and you have a QR code which you can use for your social media posts, and so that you know. And then we will be back at 20 minutes past 2 in 1 hour. Wish you a happy lunch break. Thank you.
Vielen Dank an das Jazz-Trio 2.5 Standards. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much for the jazz trio. And today we have been talking about innovation, about industrial policy and the competitiveness of the European economy, all points which are to strengthen Europe, but economic strength is no longer self-understanding, but it also provides a better negotiation position. For instance, if the US president challenges the sovereignty of Greenland, so this was a moment of rare European unity when the national heads of state drew a red line and rejected these claims. But in Greenland, it is not only about security policy, but also about critical commodities and the question how climate change can have an impact on that. If you have any questions, please remember them, because we will come back to that later. Now I would like to ask my guests to come forward. A former politician who has done something special or something extraordinary. He made sure that his own ministry was cancelled, so to speak. Your applause for the last Minister for Greenland of Denmark, Tom Høyem. And as a second guest, I would like to welcome an expert on commodities who can explain exactly the challenges with which the companies are confronted and how politics tries to find new answers. Please welcome the BDI expert Anna Laurod. Mr. Høyem, for 5 years until 1987, you were the Greenland Minister of Denmark, and I must ask, what is a Greenland Minister? Well, I can answer that because it is almost impossible to understand this, because I've had only one colleague in the world, and that was in Canada, where there was a minister for Greenland affairs. We met twice a year, and Nobody understood us. We got very odd questions about Greenland and Diana. Until the Second World War, Greenland was a colony of Denmark and rather unknown. But then something huge happened during the Second World War. 28,000 planes went down or landed in Greenland. They were used by the Royal Air Force, and so 28,000 landings took place, and the air bridge, the Luftbrücke in '49, could not have been done without Greenland, because it was again an intermediate station. So the Second World War realized that Greenland was important, and it was also unpleasant for a country like Denmark to have a colony like Greenland, like Germany had Namibia. So we did two things. In 1953, we changed the constitution, and in the constitution we have said very clearly that this also applies to the Faroe Islands and Greenland, and so Greenland was no longer a colony. But the situation was miserable. The average age for a man in 1950 was 32 years. That was the average age of, so it was tuberculosis, so no health scheme, and bad accommodation. And Denmark said, now we are going to pay what it costs. If you want it, we developed Greenland. They had 30,000 inhabitants, up to the same standard as Denmark. And that's why we needed a minister. And this minister had two functions. He was there because of the Greenland taxpayers. He is like the education minister or other ministers. He has a portfolio and is the highest contact for the Greenland politicians. And the first minister in 1953 came in 1953, and my 9 predecessors died. I was number 10, and in 1987 I suggested that we should close this ministry. For the other replies, I will not be so long, because it is necessary to give this kind of answer. In 1987, the Minister of State got my proposal to close the ministry, because when I started in '82, I had 10,000 employees, and when I suggested that we should close the ministry, we only had 2,000 people, because the only idea was that Greenland should become independent and have independence. In 1979, a home rule system was instituted, so many things were taken over from Denmark. In 2009. There was even an independent tax law, so that total autonomy was possible. And in 1985, they had been a member of the European Union. They exited from the European Union. So I was in charge of this development, and I was also in charge of the way we worked on the health sector, the fishery industry, and but now, where we sit here, there are elections in Denmark and also in Greenland. We also have 2 Greenlanders in the Danish parliament, like you have one from one of the northern Danish regions. So it is only 3%, which is a hurdle in Denmark. So you have 2 members from Denmark in the Greenland. So I was 46 times in Greenland, just to mention that. So that's super as a basis, as a foundation, so that we know what the prerequisites were. Mrs. Lauenroth, Greenland is interesting because there are these rare earths, these commodities for industries is an important topic. You probably deal with this every day. Also, it's a question of new sources for raw materials. Why has this not yet been used, this mining of raw materials? There's a debate about Greenland and commodities in Greenland is a good example to illustrate that we are now in a geopolitical competition, and in particular as far as raw materials are concerned. And this is due to the fact that with a view to the transformation in a decarbonized and defossilized world, we need more mineral raw materials like rare earths, lithium, battery materials. But at the end of the day, you have all the elements of the period system which you learned in your chemical classes at school. So it means more raw materials become critical and more mineral raw materials are needed in order to be able to use future-proof technologies. And at the same time, so we have an increasing demand, and we have a supply which is rather concentrated, very concentrated, restrained markets, not only as far as mining is concerned, but in particular as far as processing is concerned. So once mineral raw materials are being processed, separated into metals, and then getting into the recycling and back. And the question, or also with a view to Greenland, what is relevant is that we need more of these raw materials, and the concentrations and risk is so high that as a result of export restrictions, commodities could be restricted by China. That's why you have to look in all the regions of the world and to diversify. And this has not started today. This has been a topic for several years. It has become more topical with the aggression of Russia in Ukraine, and we can see it in different crises. There was always a raw material dimension. And to come back to Greenland, why there has not been any mining in Greenland and not in other countries of the world either has specific reasons. It always depends on the country and the region on the one hand. If you explore raw materials and until you can mine them and get them out of the soil, and we have, as a rule, 16 years. Just consider that. So that is a very lengthy process, very capital intensive. You have to invest a lot of money, and it involves a high risk. At the same time, there are many international mining investments, but you have to stick with it for several years. And if we have a very concentrated market and players who can determine the prices, then it's difficult to stand up to the prices. At the same time, we have challenges with view to drilling techniques, environmental topics for rare earths. We have radioactivity as a problem which needs to be managed. And in Greenland, for the rare earths, we also have the problems that it comes in parallel with uranium, and uranium mining is very contested in Greenland. Then we have climatic topics. So where and how can you mine in certain regions? But at the end of the day, it is not impossible. The question is simply, by way of comparison, globally seen, where can you get projects online under the best conditions, highest standard, and how is it possible that investments are made into this project development, because there we often have a difficult level playing field in order to define the terms and conditions for these investments. So it's a matter of cost balancing. So you have probably considered critical commodities in Greenland, and during your time some mines were closed. I closed 2 mines and have had a big meeting with an American company to find oil, and they found oil, and we said, no, you can't mine it because it was too expensive. We had a Canadian zinc and lead mine, and the Canadian company said it was too expensive because the infrastructure is very difficult in Greenland, and the other mines were creolite that is used for aluminium production, and we had negotiations in California, and this explains how Mr. Trump thinks. I was negotiating with Atlantic Richfield Company. They had found oil in the north of Alaska. When I entered the office, he said, "Welcome, Minister, this is my company. It's my company." That was his first sentence, and then we came in, and I was standing in front of the table, and I said, I just found out that my country, your country, and your company, we have something in common. We have the same economy. That is how Mr. Trump thinks. That's how Americans think. When you do business, you have level playing field. And so we had a $50 billion contract negotiated. They found oil in the northeastern part of Greenland, and we in Denmark, we dealt with this big deal. The 50 billion was a lot of money in the 80s, and when I came back from America, the minister said, for Foreign Affairs said, well, I am Minister of Foreign Affairs, you cannot have this meeting without me. And so it was important that two ministers spent half a day to do a press conference, and Mr. Anderson came as well. But he only had 20 minutes, so we had two ministers for half a day, and he came for 20 minutes in a private chat because he had another project in Indonesia. So you have to understand these big capitals that they found oil that was onshore and not offshore. And so when they said, no, this cannot be used. So no $50 billion were invested. The price for a barrel was approximately $11, and it should be $80 for it to be profitable. So we said, thank you. And the second comment, for these commodities, there are a lot of commodities, but the way to find it, the infrastructure, also for the uranium you mentioned, is in such very difficult, and everybody who knows about business knows that 16 years is a long time. We want to have political stability. And why did Trump talk about Greenland now? Because this has been a long tradition in this in America, that people wanted to buy it, but was now because you have the home rule system now, so Greenland decides for itself. And he thought that if they move away from Greenland and 2 million square meters, so 6 times the size of Germany and 40,000 inhabitants, it cannot get into a vacuum. And that was also one of the reasons for this discussion. So if I get you right, it doesn't look that as if in Greenland the commodities would be mined because it might be more cost-effective elsewhere. And you worked on the political reactions. The German government has a raw material fund where you acted as an advisor. How is this supposed to be a solution now?
Letztendlich nicht einfach, weil wir vor einem strukturellen
Well, it's not an easy solution because we have a structural challenge facing us. We have China which over the past 20-25 years has already invested in raw material value chains along the entire chain, with a focus on the further processing. What they do not mine has been obtained through offtakes and strategic shareholdings, and at the same time we can see that the Americans are coming very massively with a lot of money, a lot of investments, the new structures. They also have a strategic reserve that they are building up with different instruments. So all their instruments and structures have been adapted to secure raw materials also for their defense industry and armament industry. And then we have Japan. Since 2010, since the first petroleum crisis, they built up a structure to secure raw materials and commodities. They have the job mag, which secures raw materials through different mechanisms. And we, as Europeans and as Germans, we try to catch up. We try to have our own securing instruments built so that between industry and politics reasonable solutions can be found, because the dependencies are high and commodity securing goes beyond the business economics, so it is relevant for the national economy. And if we don't have access, then we need to stop it. And as far as rare earths and magnets are concerned, stocks, reserve stocks had to be used. We got into difficult situations. Production was stopped or had to be stopped. And here, these dependencies must be reduced and own capacities have to be built up. And so the question is how, where, and how quickly. Because we need domestic capacities in Europe, that is very clear. We have to work on the business case so that this can happen in a competitive manner. We will have a resilience premium to pay. And the question is how politics and industry can work together, but then the partners are also relevant. The partners abroad, we have commodity-rich countries like Canada, where we have good relations, Australia, and also in the field of processing and technology development. So we say there is no one size for small solutions, and we have also industrial players in Europe who secure commodities, process, mine them, which are top, and we are running the risk that these players will either move abroad so that they can no longer produce competitively here, and they're also partly taken over by others, and that's why we have to check very quickly how, with the Critical Raw Materials Act, with the Raw Material Fund, we can become more robust. So what is the concrete form of this? Because you have to negotiate with the German government up to this or that price. A mine or a recycling plant can be profitably operated, and now the prices go down, and now politics must come in so that it is up and running. So Greenland has to say yes. Well, if it happened somewhere else, then Greenland, the German government would help. But so the negotiation is who is going to shoulder the additional costs. So that's not an easy discussion. The Americans have just presented the mechanism, where they have reference prices, minimum prices, tariffs, where a trade zone would be set up for certain raw materials. The partners would act in the G7, also with proposals by Canada, Japan, and France. The so-called Buyers Club is being discussed. The EU negotiates with the Americans, but also on the G7 level. And Germany as a strong member state, and the other member states observes this, monitors this. We have seen individual projects being discussed. There's a concrete project, there's an off-take, there are selling guarantees, and a certain price is guaranteed for 10 years. For doing this for all the raw materials needs an analysis as to see how you can measure this or value this, because at the end of the day, we also need the cooperation with China, and nonetheless our resilience must be improved so that we cannot be blackmailed, and that we not have this sensitivity for price and supply risks. And with a view to individual raw materials, it is also different where they are being traded, what the size of the markets is, what the size of the players is, so that there is no uniform level playing field, and certain instruments need to be used. Where we get to is in the making, and it is not easy, but we must find ways and means to look also into alternative raw material sources. I have to look around. I have one question, Mr. Heuermann, and then I will ask the audience to come in. As a reaction to Donald Trump, the Greenlanders might turn back to Europe. So Greenland exited the EU, so maybe there would be a re-entry. Can you tell us why the Greenlanders would want to come back to the EU? Well, they wanted to leave because they did not want to have the Germans and the Europeans taking all the fish away, and they wanted to have the raw material together with Denmark, and Germany was not supposed to have it. And when there was also a vote against the EU, and it was part of Denmark. And Denmark, there is a vote in favor, and that is why Greenland had to join. And they thought that it was like a prison. I was in a Danish government where all major parties were in favor of the EU, and we said we could say that was a new referendum in Greenland, and we are not bound by it, and we think it is a bad idea to leave the EU, but I thought that democracy is important, and I negotiated with EU. We did goodwill later. BBC called, and they said we cannot compare Brexit and Greenland, but you are the only one who had these negotiations. And I said, no, you cannot compare Greenland and the United Kingdom, because Greenland is much bigger than the UK. But now we have a development in Greenland where they cooperate more closely with Denmark, with more autonomy. But maybe the European structure would be different, because the EU is different. So maybe it is better for Greenland. So Greenland is more positive than in the past as far as the EU is concerned. I have a throw microphones, and I just throw it to the gentleman sitting here. Thank you. My name is Thomas Schneider. I come from a mining environment, and in 21 in Greenland there was a party or a party alliance one with a promise that the uranium mining would not be carried out. You mentioned it already, Mrs. Lauenroth, the Klanefeld project, which was supposed to mine not only uranium but also rare earths. that is, of course, very interested. So I would like to know, do you think that at the next parliamentary elections, the uranium mining ban could be changed? So we have a different government, and that is an Australian company which got the license, and they started a legal dispute. It was 80 billion, so 10 billion euros is what they wanted because they cannot carry it out. The new government said, let's discuss it, and now they have a debate. And in the proposal, on the board of the Australian companies, there is also a consultant from, in the form of the Danish Minister of Foreign Affairs. So it might be possible for this company to do this. Thank you for the question. I just look around here. There's another question. I think that Greenland should really think whether the miners for rare earths should come into their country, because all these companies left contaminated soil and water. It is very important that not only for rare earths, the subject of circular economy should be implemented. So the circular economy is in the coalition agreement, but nobody in charge or nobody of the known politicians had even used the term. So it is very important that cradle to cradle is being applied as a principle. So for non-insiders, this means that for the product development, the disposal has to be factored in and planned in. So the rare earths must not only be clumped, but it must be made ready for recycling. Greenland has an environmental minister, that's a lady, and she could have said exactly what you just said. So she fully shares your view. Circular economy, what do you think? I can comment on this. We always talk about three pillars, the local mining, import, and circular concepts. So circular economy as a whole, and we have already moved well ahead. And for other critical raw materials is still very low, so that's why the German government and industry, as BDI, we have a circular economy initiative. We are about to leverage these approaches, but it is only part of the solution. And this will only come later, because the materials which we recycle must first come back. So everything that it is being ramped up, so the batteries with second life, and the e-vehicles, and the permagnets in the wind wheels, everything needs to come back to be recycled. So we have scrap, which we export because China and others buy them, and so that's another topic. So this means it is an important element of the solution, but it's not the only one. And this means that we need to act in all the areas together. Thank you very much. Then I thank you very much for the interesting talk, for the two different perspectives. Your applause for our two guests, Anna Downroad and Tom Hyam.
Dankeschön. So, ich finde super, dass das Thema Kreislauf.
It's super that circular economy has just been addressed, because the next speaker We'll talk about climate protection. That's the last block for today. And we have invited a guest who knows the seas like nobody else here in Germany. She is a director of the Geomar Helmholtz Center for Ocean Research in Kiel. She is a professor, and she wrote part of the 6th IPCC report. Mrs. Katja Mattes.
Yeah, thank you very much for those important lessons on energy security that strongly link to some of the other grand challenges we face today, above all the climate crisis. And when we talk about climate risks today, we often talk about that changed, although I didn't change the slide. That's interesting. Anyway, so when we talk about climate risks today, we often talk about what habits and systems we need to change regarding, for example, energy, industry, or traffic. But only a few people think about the greatest ally we have in the climate system, the ocean. And you can see this beautiful picture here. The ocean produces about half of our oxygen. It absorbs 1/3 of our CO2 and 90% of excess heat. Without the ocean, climate change would have been out of control already. But it is precisely this beautiful ocean that is under increasing pressure. It is warming, it is becoming polluted, it is losing biodiversity, and it is being overexploited. In short, we are destabilizing one of the most important systems that makes life on this planet possible. So what can we do? What if we would stop viewing the ocean as a victim of climate change and instead see it as a solution space? What if we would empower the ocean not only to maintain its stabilizing function, but to actually strengthen it? What if we would stop viewing climate protection and economic stability as opposites, and instead transform protection and sustainable use into blue innovation? This is the breakthrough we need. And what can we do to make better use of this space for solutions? I'm convinced Germany needs a hub for marine high-tech solutions, a hub where we further develop ocean observing systems to generate ocean data, crucial for understanding climate change, and where we build an integrated system to leverage the vast area of data collected by different actors using various tools, state-of-the-art robotics, ships, satellite, everything you can dream of, and pictured here on this slide. Such a hub could also be a place where innovations in offshore energy are developed, from wind, from green hydrogen, in collaboration with industry partners. And it would be a place where marine methods for CO2 capture and storage are scientifically tested, certified, and responsibly implemented. Because one thing is clear, climate policy will need this pillar to meet the non-negotiable goal of climate neutrality by 2045. And such an initiative would not only generate economic value for Germany, but feed into a much larger European picture for international leadership in ocean observing and for the sovereignty that comes with it. I'm more than excited about the European Commission's recent announcement of an EU ocean observing initiative called Ocean Eye. These ocean observation networks, the eyes on the oceans, are much, well, that was too fast, are more than just research, and this is really important. They are the backbone of risk assessment, early warning systems, and long-term planning. In other words, they are strategic assets in a world shaped by the triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, and in a world shaped by geopolitical challenges. So, to conclude, with a marine solution hub, we could generate a crucial push for Ocean Eye. We could create an innovation ecosystem in Germany and beyond. Let us rethink the ocean, not as a victim of climate change, but as part of the solution. As a solution space to climate and nature protection, marine food and energy security, and economic stability. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Katja Mattes. Bevor wir über
Thank you very much, Katja Mattes. Before we go to the next panel, I have one of the other questions for you.
Sie haben über den Ozean, die Meere.
You talked about the oceans, the sea also as a possibility to store CO2, and there was a resolution of the German government, the subterranean storage of industrially produced CO2 emissions is to be allowed. You say that the technical solution is only a small part of measures we can seize to save CO2 and use the sea for this purpose. Why are these technical solutions so important, even if they're only a small part? So first of all, 90% of the emissions must be reduced or avoided, but there will be 10% residual from the cement industry, the cement industry. For this residual CO2, we need methods, and the ocean has a full portfolio of solutions, and the Carbon Storage Act has been adopted by the German government, so CO2 can already be stored in the German foreign trade zone. But it's also criticized the environmental organizations, warns that this cannot be the solution because they fear that if we store CO2 in a subterranean manner, this would encourage to produce even more CO2. What do you answer to that? I always say, well, I would prefer not to talk about CO2 in the oceans, but we have gone so far that we need to use these innovations. At Geomar, we look at the seaweed meadows, which can be renatured. So that's good for the ocean, but also for the biodiversity in the ocean. Then there are chemical and technical methods. You can also have the rock residues spread. That is a natural process in a river. Every river produces sediments which are flowing into the ocean and can act against acidification. And the third method is the CO2 storage under the sea, where you would have a liquefaction of CO2 and then by pipeline and a ship you would transport it and then store it under the sea. So it is important to have this not come back because we don't want to have the next CO2 problem. And we have many years, 10, 15 years, that we have been looking at the scientific tests because they are natural sources where CO2 comes out. At volcanoes, we looked at the marine environment. So it is limited, and that's why we say if something gets out, the effect is low. But nonetheless, we want to look at the sandstone formations in the German North Sea, where we have the layers, so that CO2 is prevented to move back to the sea. Good answer. Whether we can avoid a lot of CO2 is perhaps not your topic. Well, of course we need to avoid it, so 90% must be avoided. But for the 10% we cannot avoid from the chemical industry, the cement industry, which are big emitters, we need the three methods which I just described. Would companies not say, as the environmental organizations fear, then we have even more space to emit even more? No, you have to say very clearly, the avoidance must come first, and only for the non-avoidable residual emissions this comes into question. So that's a political regulation which will be necessary, and this would be the buzzword for the next point in our program. Katja Mattes, your applause.
Ja, Deutschland tritt beim Klimaschutz.
As far as climate protection is concerned, Germany does not move forward. The climate balance shows that for heating and for car driving, it is very difficult to save CO2. Can we become climate neutral in this way? That is what Deputy Editor-in-Chief Anke Mirre will discuss with the Minister for the Environment, Carsten Schneider. Please come forward on the stage.
Schönen guten Tag. Wir haben die große
Hello, and we have the great honor to use this last panel to, and we called it Keep It Cool Europe, so that's a good message. So Europe is under increasing pressure, in particular also in view of good political business, but also social solutions. And we need orientation, we need clear positions. And so the last slot of Europe 2026 is about navigating environmental politics in heated times. Does the return to geopolitics mean that sustainability agendas are over, or can Europe continue to move forward with its climate policy? So we do not have a lot of time, only 20 minutes, and I'm very pleased that Carsten Schneider is here, Minister of the Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety. Welcome, Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider will start with a short statement, and I sit in the front. Okay, so you come over. No. But to make your statement first. Thank you, Mrs. Mirre, and thank you for having your attention. I just come from the governmental declaration of the Chancellor. I can no longer be part of the debate. I give my attention to you, you give your attention to me. And maybe 3 or 4 points, very briefly. The title of this session shows that environmental and climate policy is polarizing. That's how I translate it back for me. There's a lot of emotion involved, and also this is being used by Russian bots. And is there a problem with the mic, perhaps?
Yeah, okay. Wenn nicht, geben Sie mir ein Handmikrofon.
Maybe you give me a hand mic.
Okay.
You don't have one, but it's not good sound. The sound is no good.
Okay, gut. Also, ich sagte, das rechtsextreme.
So I said that right-wing activists and Russian bots try to enhance the social. For me, I have to cool down the discussion in order to present the facts. And the important connection is that in geopolitical crazy times, competitiveness and climate protection, everything belongs together, in particular competitiveness, because climate protection does not impede competitiveness, it enhances competitiveness. Only look to China and their investments into renewable technologies and what they invest in clean tech and circular economy, as I can say it, a circular economy, because it makes us independent and it also makes us safer. And no contradiction, some numbers, more than $1 trillion turnover, tendency rapidly growing. It goes from $7 billion in 2030. Tomorrow we will have a debate on nuclear energy in the Bundestag, and AfD has submitted a motion, and the question is always, what about nuclear energy? Does it come back? Is there a revival? I cannot see it. I cannot see it. I cannot see it in the numbers, nor can I see it in the actual investments. So more than 90% of all the investments in new electricity capacities, more than 90% were in renewables and nothing else. And in China, in India, in Bangladesh, in Africa, but also in the US and in Europe. We can observe this. So clean tech has had, since 2010, a 4.7% growth rate, almost 5% growth rate. This is a number we can only dream about in other sectors, and with this far away from the growth potential in Germany. 3.4 million employees work in this sector of renewable energies or circular economy, or also very important of water economy. It is 3 times as many as in the automotive industry, and I also know that climate policy facts are not so convincing, but nonetheless you should hear them. And we have other problems in the foreground, wars, crises, and the prices for fuel and petrol, and then environment is always looked at as a cause or the underlying reason, and that it is something which needs to disappear. But it is wrong. So we should contradict this. We should oppose it so that nobody believes it. So environmental protection and climate protection are our guarantees for sustainable futures, and the big majority of the German population shares this view. 9 out of 10 believe that this is important. 9 out of 10 consider climate protection to be important. There is another argument, given the brutal situation in the Middle East, why the energy change is important. It secures our independence and does not allow us to be blackmailed. If I look at the tank ships on the Hormuz Strait or in the Mediterranean, renewable energies are safety, security, energies in geopolitically challenging times, and nobody wants to be dependent on the global oil and gas markets. We are still dependent. That's why we need to have absolute priority for the renewables. We pay 80 billion to other states or exporters for the imports of fossil energy carriers. This money is lost, and we would have good other uses. In 2019, the EU had a European Green Deal, i.e. a far-sighted paper, which is good for you, but I will defend the protection of climate and of diversity as a precondition was the central insight, and is also an agenda for growth. That's the end of 2025. There was an agreement on the EU on an interim goal, and it provides for 90% of our greenhouse gases being reduced versus 1990s. This had not been the case, and it has not again been confirmed in the environmental ministers in a meeting in Brussels, and also the approval of the emission trade. Just means that I have a clear mandate also from the Constitution. I do not have the time. Ever said in Tagesspiegel were writing that today the politicians must take decisions which will make Germany come into a better situation in the future. That's why I want to look forward and not backward.
Doch noch schnell ein neues Mikro.
We need a new mic.
Oder so. Scheint doch zu funktionieren. Ja, wir haben
right. So we have 12 minutes, and we want to use them very intensively. You have been talking about the crazy geopolitical times. Now we have factual problems. The Trump administration went out of the Paris Climate Convention. Many environmental conditions have already been cancelled. Germany and Europe are rather small, so we cannot counter this because it cannot have disputes all the time. So it matters. Germany matters. All the eyes on Europe. Somebody said it at a meeting in Germany. It is decided whether in the developed Western national economies climate protection is and continues to be relevant, that it will be a priority and continue to be a priority. The US administration is one thing, the rest of the world is another thing. Of course, it's the most important country. Of course, it is also a loss that we have to see in many different areas with this very nationalistic, as I would put it, very cautiously, but I did not say it without reason that we have to focus on the renewables. So wind power and solar power has not only been invented here, we also rolled it out in 1999. We had the first energy act with a path of competitiveness, and today if we had not done the pioneer work, if we would not have this enlarged size of the renewables and the scaling effect with China, we wouldn't have it without what we did. So this is relevant, how we are positioned. Now, there are many countries in Europe which bet on nuclear power. We don't. Macron has just called the nuclear era, that's the opposite of what you said. So you said there cannot be a comeback of the nuclear energy, but Germany seems to stand alone. No, not at all, not at all. I am the coordinator for nuclear energy and radiation protection. I looked at the enlarges, so are countries which are very strong in announcements, but then you have to look at the substance. So that's outdated power stations. We have several extensions of which move from 40 to 80 years. So that's technology of 60 years of age, which is increased by another 20 years. The second is the installed capacity. So coal goes back in China and India and South Africa. Renewables are increasing, are the most cost-effective in terms of production costs. So it's not free of charge, but it is low price, and it is rapidly available. We need energy rapidly and not in 20 or 25 years, and the power station takes some time. Look to the UK, where the time has doubled and costs have tripled. That's what I do not recommend for Germany in new constructions. So prefer storage systems, extend the grids, then we would have the energy so that the prices can go down. But the Christian Democrats also use fusion energy. Well, we are researching this. We have been researching this for some time. I was a rapporteur in the budget committee for this in 2002. Everybody thought that we would have the breakthrough. I still believe that we could continue research. I hope that it will be successful, but nobody can guarantee this, and that you cannot. Therefore, we cannot build all the politics on that. So within the coalitions, there is always a fight, and the Federal Minister Reich wants to cancel the promotion for more solar installations. Shouldn't you not intervene? We have not yet dealt with it on a governmental level because there is no draft by the minister. So there was a draft bill, and I also had some on the Nuclear Act, which I never read before because it had been done by one of my assistants. And if it is not signed by the minister, if I have not even looked at it, I do basically not comment it. So I do it when it is signed, and I can tell you abstractly that we are for the extension of the renewables for wind, solar, but also storage technologies. And so we need to increase the amounts. As the goal 2030, 80% electricity supply must be reached, in particular against the backdrop of the data center strategy we had at the German government. And therefore, I will come into the negotiations about these packages, and the caucus of the Social Democrats will do it as well, and then we will be successful.
If
you do not want to comment on your colleagues' work, so maybe you may want to work on your own work. You want to submit a climate program with the measures with which Germany is to meet the climate goals. We are in an intimate circle. Can you talk about it today? Well, my colleagues support me. We will reach it. Both 30. We are at 48%. We come from 65, which is strong, despite the public discourse, but I stick to the facts that you will see the details with a good financial basis, and the way will be clear. The emission trading system will remain as a central instrument, the extension of the renewables, and then the traffic change to electromobility with a purchase program for small and medium-sized income, which were not viewed. And let me give you an example. The climate protection policy of the past years was marked by the fact that there was an abstract calculation of the numbers, but there are a lot of people that need to consider them, and their behavior needs to be considered. They are all social persons, and you can make a choice. And this was not considered. It was too technical in the approach. What does it mean? It's a question of charging infrastructure, in particular those living in an apartment house. So those who have not any underground parking, so the lowest incomes should get the highest subsidies, and those at the top do not need any subsidies. Not only because of the prices which we see at the petrol stations and tax freedom, and you even get another premium when you have an electric car. This will make its way, particularly with products coming onto the market, also from smaller producers. This might lead to a deeper market penetration, which makes sense in economic and in ecological terms. You talked about people, and this is a topic where one has the impression that the sentiment, the acceptance has changed. You also talked about the right-wing extremists who work against this. How can environmental policy still be designed in a way without the social polarization being sharpened? I think this is one of the underlying causes for the reactance to governmental measures. So this emerged during the COVID period, so the interference with personal freedom, in particular in the second and third wave. According to my observation, I'm not a social scientist, but what I observed, this has led to part of the population moving away from the institutions, and also now in other digital and thinking spaces, and this makes it also more difficult to implement policies. So one thing is the resolution, and the other thing is the acceptance. This is being accepted by the people. And this is why regulatory concepts are more difficult to enforce. Now we bet on financial incentives, on pricing of CO2, as far and on petrol, and also heating and living in Europe to make the transformation, but I also rely on the reason. I do not have the impression that people do not want. No, let me put it differently. I basically believe that people want the river Spree to be clean, and that it is flowing through the Spree forest, that the air is clean and there's no lignite furnace and no exhaust gas polluting and contaminating, and that the forests can only be walked in that are green and are not dying. And there are 90% consensus in Germany, and climate policy is a condition for this, and for the forests there has been an improvement because we had good precipitation. That's we have a good consensus in our society. We should get out of this polarization, and it should be a sign of consensus in our society. Yes, your applause if you want. A very short, what keeps you optimistic? That's my final question. Well, every day is a new day. I'm a curious person. I get to know many new people, and most of them are refreshing. Thank you very much for this refreshing talk, Mr. Carsten Schneider. Thank you very much. And I pass the floor for the last time to my two colleagues who do the moderation. I'm sure that everybody here in this room will continue to work on designing the future of Europe. We have got enough inspiration over the past 2 days, And for that reason, I would like to express a big thank you, in particular to the audience, which has been so proactively involved. Without you, we would not have been so successful. And a big thank you to all the panelists, speakers of the past 2 days. Thank you so much.
And Europe 2026.
And Europe 2026 has also been possible thanks to our partners and sponsors. Thank you very much. And for you, dear viewers, you have succeeded in sitting here until the end. You got a lot of new impressions. I wish you a good afternoon and have a safe trip back. Bye-bye.